republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to public comment. Mr. Doyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we have approximately 12 public speakers this morning, and I think we're going to be hearing from an elementary school. And I know that also the other day we were talking about elementary schools and lists, and there's still a debate as to whether we have 64 or 67 elementary schools, depending on how we count programs. So I may let Mr. Banks handle the rest of that trivia aspect for me. But we do have several to hear from, so I'll just jump right in. Madam Chair, how much time can we allot this morning?
Let's do 1 minute as we did last time.
Okay. Thank you. Our first speaker is Doug Smith, who will discuss SPLOST, and he will be followed by Angie Hall. And since we have several speakers, if you could make your way up as the prior speaker is concluding, that would help us get through all these. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Doug Smith. I'm here on behalf of Murdock Elementary School. Currently, I have 2 sons in 3rd and 5th grade at the school. You can imagine my shock that I learned we weren't on the schedule to receive any SPLOST funds. Passage of SPLOST is always controversial, but what it shows is a commitment to the community. SPLOST funds projects that otherwise would not be completed. And my area had voted pretty much overwhelmingly in support of SPLOST. Schools are the foundation of our community, and we have an excellent school in Murdock. I've lived in that area for over 12 years. My brother lived in the area, still lives in the area. My parents lived in the area for 20 years. We specifically, when we were looking for a place to raise our sons, picked Murdock. We picked that school for a reason. We like the sense of community that school has. We like the commitment that the educators have in that school. There's a reason why our housing market in my area stayed fairly stable, and it's because of the quality of the school.
Time, Mr. Smith.
Let me just say,
our next speaker is Angie Hall. Can I give you 10 seconds to wrap up? Is that okay?
Yes. If you look at Murdock, Murdock is a successful school. Let's reward excellence and show that we are committed to schools that actually work. I understand, I see all these athletic fields when we've got a temporary wing that's been there for 30 years. It's not a safe environment. I think if we do not get the SPLOST money, you're sending a wrong message to schools that actually work. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Angie Hall, who will be followed by Amy Heklinski.
Good morning. My name is Angie Hall. I'm a mother of 2 children at Murdock and also a co-chair of the school council. We greatly appreciate the 3 items that are in the proposed SPLOST 5 notebook. These items include greater security for our front office and entrance, enlarging and soundproofing our cafeteria walls, and the development of a common learning center. Again, we value these changes, and our mobile group of parents here today greatly support our school board. The proposed items, however, are not our priority. Our greatest need is to replace our temporary wing that was built in 1986. This structure currently houses our 3rd grade classrooms and has had numerous incidents of water damage, which has impacted our students' safety, success, and health. Classes have had to be moved due to flooding, even in the middle of testing. Teachers and students have lost work and time due to water damage. We have multiple work orders from over the years. Our students do not have anywhere to go if the building is damaged. We are currently at capacity. The issues we've had have been documented as ongoing, and attempted remediations have already been conducted. Band-aid fixes are not the solution. We need this structure replaced for our students to be successful, safe, and healthy. Thank you for your support of Murdock.
Our next speaker is Amy Heklinski, and she'll be followed by Michael Fury.
Hi, I'm Amy. I'm a mother of 3 Murdock students, and I've been president or a member of the board for Murdock's Foundation for the past 6 years. In addition to funding educational programming like our science lab, we have funded capital improvements at Murdock, including the Learning Commons and a new track. I am here today because our community has provided support for this school and this system again and again. In just my time on the board of the foundation, we have raised over $500,000, again, $500,000 to improve our school. We have supported SPLOST and we have paid our taxes, but we cannot afford to replace this wing by ourselves. As a community, we are proud of our schools. The caliber of our school not only has a direct bearing on our children, it also impacts our property values. We have committed to making Murdock a great school, but how can we do this when our teachers and kids have to deal with damage, loss of time, and disrupted instruction? We need your help to continue to provide a safe, healthy environment for our students' success. We cannot do this alone. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Fury, and he'll be followed by Pam, I think it's Buckholtz.
Good morning. My name is Michael Fury, and I'm the father of a first grade student at Murdock Elementary. Along with Angie Hall, I'm a co-chair on the school council. I'm here today because I'm very concerned about the health and safety of the students and teachers that are assigned to the third grade wing, a temporary building that is now 30 years old. Their safety is in jeopardy for several reasons. There's no firewall. None of the interior walls go to structure. There's no barrier to prevent a fire from spreading. When it rains, the water streams down the wall like a waterfall. And as you can see in this picture, ceiling tiles get damaged and collapse to the desk below. Water collects in pools inside the fluorescent lights, creating an electrical hazard. And in one classroom, there's a large X written in permanent marker under one of the switches to remind students never to turn on that set of lights because of the potential risk. With constant water damage comes the risk of mold and respiratory infections. We worry about the safety of our students, and they really, really need your help. So thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Pam
Buckhalter.
Buckhalter, okay. And she'll be followed by Katharina LaVale.
Hello, my name is Pam Buckhalter, and I'm the mother of 2 Murdock students and vice president of the Murdock PTA. My son has had a class in the wing, and my daughter is currently in her class is located there. I'm here to share the experiences of the teachers because they are more familiar than anyone with the conditions in the wing. And the following are some quotes taken from emails that the teachers sent directly. The walls and ceilings are so thin that you can hear at the opposite end of the hall if a teacher is using their sound field system. Another teacher said, our network hub was destroyed due to the ceiling leak, and the DRA kit was destroyed by the window leak. Too many books to count were ruined. Another teacher, when I walked into my classroom, I found an entire ceiling tile had buckled under the weight of rain that we got the previous night, which sent the tile crashing down to a table below it, shattering the tile to pieces. The table had math materials and students' teacher-parent communication folders. The papers inside were ruined, including behavioral sheets that served as a progress report for students for each of the 5 weeks of data that were already on the reports. When I tried to remove them from the folders, they tore and disintegrated in my hands. Another one, we were interrupted multiple times for county workers to fix the problems, and there are many more emails just like this from the teachers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Catherine LaVale, and she'll be followed by Jennifer O'Daniel.
Hi, I'm a mother at Murdock Elementary. I have a second grader and a kindergartner. My son will be going into that wing next year. I'm concerned because I feel that the loss and damage of materials, the disruption of instruction, and the safety issues posed to our students is prohibiting our success. Teachers have done everything they can. As you've heard, they care tremendously, and they're there on the weekends trying to clean this up for our students. Our community has thrown their support behind the school, with the foundation raising considerable funds to support us. We have supported SPLOST, and we have paid our taxes willingly because we all moved here for Murdock. This school matters to us. This is our community, and these are our kids. We don't want our students to be housed in a facility that poses a safety risk, a health risk, or a risk to their success. We ask you, please, to join us as one team with one goal for our students' success.
Our next speaker is Jennifer O'Daniel, and she'll be followed by Lindsay Roberts.
Good morning. 30 years ago, this wing was built. 30 years ago, I was 8 years old, which is the same age that my daughter is now, my daughter who is in the third grade wing. She has been receiving kindergarten first and second. She received the Principal's Attendance Award, not missing much school at all or tardy or anything like that. Since this year has started, she has had 3 different doctor's appointments with respiratory issues. When you walk into this hallway, it smells of must, mildew. I'm concerned with all of the water damage that's happening, what's happening to our children. I'm concerned for their safety. The ceiling tile is falling. I'm concerned for their safety. The severe weather that often hits Cobb County at the Cobb County-Cherokee County line, we are not protected from this kind of weather. Our children are not protected in this building. Our teachers, our staff, our principal Hamlet, everyone who works with our children, our parents, we're all amazing. Everybody's working to do the best. We want Cobb County to do the best for us. I invested in this district. I invested in this school. I'm a former educator in Fulton County, and I chose Cobb. I want Cobb County to invest in our students and invest in my children. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lindsay Roberts, and she'll be followed by Alexis Hovind.
I'll keep this short and sweet, but I have 2 children at Murdoch right now, a 3rd grader and a 1st grader, and I am very concerned about this temporary ring. And temporary does not mean 30 years. Temporary means temporary. I have 2 other, my little munchkins. See, here they are. These are my future Murdoch Mustangs, and I am equally as concerned for them. I have invested in this school all that I can. I have bought in Cobb County, bought specifically in the Murdoch district. I have invested in Cobb County. I have voted for the SPLOST tax, and I would ask that you guys equally invest in us and invest in our children. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alexis Hovind, and she'll be followed by Aaron Fleming.
Good morning. I'm a lifelong attendee of Cobb County Schools from elementary all the way through high school. And I left a promising career in Chicago to recently relocate to Marietta specifically to enroll my son in these schools that I know firsthand are excellent. Now, you've heard about the dangers of this temporary wing that was not meant to last this long. It turns out that 2023 is the next time that these upgrades will be eligible to be funded. What's going to happen to this wing in that time? You've already heard the dangers that are going on currently. We can't afford another year with our children in this situation. East Cobb is known throughout Georgia as an example and a pillar of educational success. And what message are we sending to the rest of the state if we're putting these children in danger in one of the top schools in our state? I urge the board to reconsider allocating the SPLOST funds for this important and critical project because our children just deserve better than this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aaron Fleming, who will be followed by Irene Barton.
Good morning. Thank you so much for hearing all of us out this morning. And I just want to tell you, I've got 3 children. One of them, Reagan Fleming, is in the 3rd grade wing, and she is allergic to mold. So it's been a tough transition for us this year already. And just hearing a little bit further about the details of the dangers to the, and the issues that we have in the wing. I didn't realize how temporary that wing was supposed to be, but I just implore you guys to please partner with us and help us. We have been avid members of the Murdoch Mustang community, and we as parents do contribute to our fund, and there's only so much that we can give, and we do need your help at this point to invest. And would just really ask that you guys would invest with us and hope that you can do that for us, because there's only so much we can do as parents. So we would just ask that you help us and partner with us to make our school a safer place, because we've invested in our Murdoch community, and we ask that you would help us do the same to make our school a safer place so the kids can focus on education and keep Cobb and Murdoch specifically just a healthy, safe place for them to learn and grow. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Irene Barton, who will discuss Amendment Number 1, and she'll be followed by Connie Jackson.
Thank you. perhaps one of the only people here to not speak about the Murdoch issue, but it's a perfect segue because Amendment number 1 is about local control. I realize sometimes it may be difficult to step out of our comfort zone and talk about things, but I want you to know what the Georgia PTA is doing to give a voice to local taxpayer and control of local taxpayer assets. Amendment number 1 is not about student achievement, student growth, family engagement. It is about control of taxpayer assets, and that's exactly what this forum here this morning has been all about. The Georgia Constitution puts the supervision and management of local schools under locally elected school boards. Georgia PTA has come out strong opposing Amendment number 1, and all of our delegates to our summer convention this year voted unanimously to oppose the Amendment number 1. We are also launching our local rules campaign, so you may see rulers about in our school that say local control rules. I thank you for your service to our local school communities, and I just wanted you to know what Georgia PTA is doing to keep the local voice relevant. Thank you.
Our final speaker, Madam Chair, is Connie Jackson, and she'll discuss Amendment number 1.
First, I'd like to thank Irene for bringing up this very, very important topic. And I want to thank the Smyrna Elementary PTA for hosting a forum the other night on this. And I want to urge all of you and all of the parents and citizens of Cobb County, we have several events coming up sponsored by different PTAs around the county about this topic. We have to defeat Amendment number 1 because we do want local control of our schools. In Cobb County, we have an amazing school system, and we need to make sure that that school system stays in the hands of you, the school board. Our school board has done an excellent job, led by our superintendent, in making sure that our Cobb schools are great. And we want to keep those Cobb schools great by keeping them here in the control of the people who care the most. So let's make sure that all of Cobb understands that Amendment number 1 needs to be defeated so our schools stay here in Cobb in control of our Cobb people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all very much for being here. We appreciate your support of our schools. That brings us to item number 3, which is approval of the minutes from our Thursday, August the 25th board meeting. Board members were given the minutes earlier. If there is no objection to approval, those minutes stand as approved. Thank you. That brings us to item number 4, board business. Mr. Morgan, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone. Good morning. Good to see you, man. I feel like I haven't seen you guys. Right. You make it sound like that's too short. Well, nevertheless, appreciate the opportunity again, Madam Chair and Board. I think the first item that we will, that I want to discuss are end of course tests for the 2015-2016 school year. I can get those copies. I've done this long enough to know this. One, I don't want this. Thank you. I don't want this to come off as a bashing session. You know, sometimes when you talk about issues, it can be perceived or interpreted as though you are pointing a finger and you are disparaging people who are working hard in our schools, and nothing is that's not true. That's not true at all. But in the same breath, I have to say that when it is our responsibility, if we see things that we feel like we can improve, that we bring those issues to bear and see how we might be able to forge ahead in terms of how we do business. And I think it's also important, before I pass this information around, to say that this is what my goal is. These are what my goals are. 1, to find out what we are currently doing, and 2, to find out if there are other things that need to be explored or or address to make it better when it comes to our end of course tests. We very well might have a robust plan in place about end of course testing. But I think it's important that we talk about that publicly and also explore if there are other things that can be done. Similar to what we do for literacy. In education, in literacy early, being preemptive around the issue of literacy, we have a very clear plan in place in terms of what we are doing and what we are aiming to do in terms of pre-K programs and things of that nature. And when I looked at these numbers, I'll quickly say, Dr. Ewing, your team, Dr. Katula, Wanda Becker, thank you for this end of course information he sent a while back. Very, very thorough and gives you an excellent breakdown of the schools and how we are currently performing. Having said that, when I reviewed the numbers, there are a few things that jumped out to me. It's a one-pager. So it's the front and back. And I won't, for the sake of people might not taking it the right way, you see the numbers. And what jumped out to me, as you see it's broken down, I included schools that I feel like we can improve. And what jumped out to me was the proficiency rates and the percentage passing. The first content area that I want to discuss is ninth grade literature. And what I tried to do on this chart is break it down obviously by kids that took the test, percentage proficient, percentage passing. And in ninth grade literature, we have schools that are running well behind the state, the district. And if you look at the school that had the highest score in the county to the school that had the lowest percentage, that's almost four times better, almost. And I'm like, man, that in the highest percentage rate for ninth grade literature is 96%. So what that's letting me know is that if 96% of the kids at a given school is passing this test, that I don't think that is rocket science. I don't. If 96% of the kids that's taking this end of course test is passing this test, I don't think that is rocket science. So I guess my first question is, do we currently have a plan and it might be a resource thing. I don't know. But do we currently have a plan that is as intentional, robust, and monitored? Because if that's ninth grade literature, what's that leading me to believe is that they didn't just show up in ninth grade and just forgot everything. Do we have the same type of plan for that middle school group transitioning into high school around literacy as we do for catching the kids as early as possible? That's my first question about end of course testing.
Let me start out and say that first of all, it's a good conversation to have because it's about academics, which last time I checked, we're a school district and that's our core business. So the first thing that I would point to, though, is the K-9 diagnostic that we put in for SRI and SMI. And the purpose of that is obviously the R is reading and the M is math, is for us to obtain data on every single student in every single school in our district about the academic performance of those students, whether they're on grade level, above grade level, or below grade level. Now, last year was the first year that those assessments were administered. So I will say right off the bat that the K-9 diagnostic is a key to understanding what we need to do for each individual student, because it's no longer the case where we can say we need to focus on particular schools. Every single teacher is having to focus on every single individual student because that's where we are. It's not where we're heading. It's not what's coming around the corner. It's where we are today is individual learning for every student. So that being said, the data that the SRI and SMI provide for us and for our teachers is very critical in moving any type of academic performance grade, whether it be a score on an assessment, whether it be the academic performance measured for the student throughout the year, and the list goes on. Now, this year, we are definitely focused on an enhanced proof of concept, if you will, that all the board is aware of, where we're doing extensive focus on literacy with 5 schools. That is going tremendously well. I anticipate us being able to bring a report very soon to the board to be able to show very early movement on that. So when we did the CTLS proof of concept, again with 5 schools, we wanted to go the entire academic year before we showed the board the results of that to make sure that our theory held water and we were able to prove exactly what the outcome was going to be, and that is the case. That was the case. So that being said, with the literacy proof of concept, we're seeing results already. Now, it's not something we want to talk about out loud because it's not about a 6-week time period of results. We want to see an entire academic year of enhanced focus on literacy. I said all that to say we are just now equipping teachers with the data that they need to focus on individual students in their class to be able to turn academic performance around. Now, I know that's not the question you asked, but I wanted to start there because, again, this is a very large ship with 113,000 students on board. We have to turn the entire ship. We can't have a focus on just one individual school or just one individual group of students, subgroups, and all these kind of things that we've been accustomed to using terminology for. And I think what we've done is missed the forest for the trees because when we focus on subgroups and what those assessment scores are for just in particular subgroups, well, there's a lot of other students that don't fit into those subgroups. So that's what our focus has been in our district is, as our vision says, one team. We're focused on every single student. So I will ask Mary Elizabeth if she wants to respond. And did you guys get the... Okay.
Can I just ask one quick question because I'll forget? I know. You know how that goes, Chris. You know what? No. You know what? No, you go ahead and go because I might ask a question if I just waited. Go ahead, Mary Elizabeth. My bad.
Well, good morning, and thank you for asking this very important question, which is really focused on what does this student learning look like for our organization and how do we have a laser focus on improving every child's learning experience every day. I actually want to point to the superintendent's priorities, which the second one is to simplify teaching and learning, and the third one to use data to make decisions. The plan that you ask for is mobilized through a very laser-focused effort on the Cobb commitment. We launched the Cobb commitment last year with a focus on standards, learning engagement strategies, and student progress monitoring. And I actually want to point to what differences have been made in the leadership for student learning in these core content areas in particular. So, for example, in order to support teachers teaching a very rigorous set of standards, we have had hundreds of professional learning videos developed. We've had hundreds of lesson plans for teachers to access so that we have a very systematic approach to teaching very clearly the standards that have been adopted by the state of Georgia. I more so want to emphasize, however, is the student progress monitoring strategy. So just for the benefit of the full board and our general public, student progress monitoring is a strategy used by educators to ensure that children are learning every single day. And we don't wait till summative results, such as Georgia Milestone scores, before we determine that a child has not learned an adequate amount in a period of time. Instead, we chunk that time to incremental periods as small as a day. Our student progress monitoring focus starts with the universal diagnostic in reading and math that Mr. Ragsdale pointed to. So we know at the start of the school year where every single child is with their proficiency in reading and in math. And we are able to see that growth is happening incrementally throughout the year, system-wide, for every single child. That is huge if you pause to think about that. We're not just asking teachers to look at that, principals to look at that, but our district leadership team is also looking at that and really focusing resources where the greatest growth is needed. The second thing is teachers every day need to make decisions based on what their children have learned. And we have seen a growth from just 1,000 different instruments being used last year to more than 100,000 instruments being used just in this period of time at the start of the school year. And that's because our rollout of our Cobb teaching and learning system puts data in the hands of teachers that they can use in that day to change their instructional strategy. So our Cobb commitment really focuses on teaching standards, focusing on engaging children in the classroom, and then a heavy emphasis on ensuring that student learning is happening every day through student progress monitoring. That's really wrapped around with professional learning support that is driven through the content. And in particular, since last year, we have added high school academic coaches at each of our high schools needing the greatest growth. And we've also been able to add high school coaches in math, English language arts, social studies, and science at the district level to support those particular schools. I just want to take 1 second and highlight McEachern, for example. And I know you focused on literature or literacy. Their growth at McEachern was almost doubling their students who scored at the highest range of the milestones last year, and in both math and in English language arts. And I emphasize that because McEachern has been a model school that has actually implemented the standards, learning engagement strategies, and a very dedicated focus on student progress monitoring. And that's our plan to target that.
Let me jump in
Mr.
here
Ragsdale.
one second, too, because I want to reiterate something that we've said in the past. And, you know, we have become so accustomed to saying CTLS and what we're doing and these kind of things that I just want to stop and pause for just a second, because as great as CTLS is, and as great as our endeavor to put in the hands of teachers the very important and relevant data is, let's not forget that this implementation is still ongoing, because we did a proof of concept in 5 schools. So we have 114 schools. So we started rolling it out to 20 school chunks last academic year. Now we're rolling it out to 40 school chunks because of the amount of support personnel and the way that we've restructured that to make sure the schools have the appropriate support. All of that being said, and as positive as what we're talking about is, and the schools that have implemented and have received the rollout of CTLS, by this time, those that have implemented it last year, they're really seeing the benefits and the dividends are being paid. All of that being said, you've heard us talk about that we don't jump on fads, right? But education is one of the most change-resistant industries on the planet. And so that leads us to, as positive as we know and have proven through the proof of concept the CTLS is, it's still a sales pitch, and we still have to convince teachers that the work required, because this is work, there's additional work required. Now, granted, once you get to the implementation point and you're able to reap the benefits of that work, then it starts taking things off the plate of the teachers, because it makes their job easier and more efficient because they're working smarter and not harder. So to get to that point, though, is still a convincing effort and task that teachers see, because you have to have the teachers buy-in. You just can't thrust this out here and say, well, the ivory tower has made the decision to do, it's going to solve the education woes of the world. this has still got to have buy-in of the teachers, because you've heard me talk about the success of our district is dependent upon the work that the teachers do. So it's very important for us to get the buy-in of the teachers. So it's not just a, hey, we're rolling this out, use it if you want to. This is a requirement, it's a non-negotiable, because like I said, where students are and where student learning is individualized. So this is not an option. And let's not forget that the underlying premise of all of this data and decision-making that we're doing is based on our I-squared contract, right? We have a contract with the state of Georgia, with GOSA, the Governor's Office Student Achievement, that says every one of our schools are going to do one of two things: make 3 years worth of growth over a 5-year contract period, or if they're in the top quartile, they're going to remain in that top quartile for 3 out of the 5 years. Every school in our district has to have that happen, non-negotiable issue. So all of that being said, that's why the data in the hands of teachers is so imperative for a school to be able to make those 3 years worth of growth, or that 3 years worth of in the top quartile remainder. So all of that to say,
I wanted to add something also, and Mary Elizabeth, you correct me if I'm wrong on anything, but we have to have test scores to show the progress we're making and so forth, and they're a wonderful tool for us. But a problem with something like this where we have 1 year, it doesn't tell us where students were at the beginning of that year, how much progress they made during the year, and it also, unless you're looking at 3 to 5 years of data, looking at 1 year's score doesn't tell us anything, just like McEachern, that they doubled their pass rate. It's sometimes these teachers are working so hard to get the incremental growth that they get because of where they started from. So I just wanted to at least make that point, that we don't need to forget that sometimes this shows an extreme amount of work on behalf of our teachers. So, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a few questions based upon comments that have been made. The first thing I'll say is piggybacking off what Madam Chair has stated, is it is indeed a snapshot, right? But at the same time, at a school that has 96% pass rate, we really celebrate that. Say, hey, this means that a lot of people are doing things the right way. Now, that doesn't mean that a school on the other end of the spectrum, that those teachers are not doing things. And that's to me, you talk about education and resistance, that's what things bog down. When you talk about hard issues, people have a tendency of just going into their corners and think that you're picking on me. No, it's not an issue of picking on anyone. It is more of, when I see this drastic of a gap, and to your point, Madam Chair, if we were to look at end-of-course tests over 5 years, 8 years, 12 years, 15 years, I think we would see the same patterns and trends around milestones, end-of-course testing, or what was the test called before this for the elementary kids? Before milestones, it was called the... Right, whatever. The trend and pattern stays the same, where there are schools that all of us want to do better. Having said that, this is the question that I have. I'm a 9th grade teacher at Jane Doe School. Kids get the diagnostic. I get the information. What I see is that I have a preponderance of students who are well below where they need to be. And I'm teaching 9th grade lit. And I'm now more empowered to customize their learning experience because I now have this information. But my question is this: do we have the resources, capability, bandwidth, or whatever you want to call it, to say, before they get to my 9th grade class, I'm talking about middle schoolers now, I'm not talking about elementary kids, before they get that, we have, and maybe that is because I don't know which schools, and I should, that we currently have, you say the 5 schools that we currently are all of them elementary, or does it run the gamut? Middle, elementary. Do we have the same capacity to be able to do that for middle schoolers? So when I get them in the 9th grade, they not so far behind. Like, because clearly in 9th grade, if you have only 22% of the kids proficient, and we do have things that measure growth through CCRPI, so it's not just a hard number. So we do include growth, and that is a part of school ratings. But do we have the bandwidth to be able to do that similar to what we're doing on the elementary level, so that when that kid gets to me in the 3rd grade, we've already had so much, the process has been so strong, I'm not necessarily dealing so much with, oh my God, this kid don't even. Do we have the bandwidth to be able to do that for middle schoolers?
Yeah, so, and you've hit on a very important topic, because there's been a lot of focus and a lot of tension and a lot of verbiage surrounding on grade level reading by 3rd grade. And that's great. That's very important. But you can't forget about all the rest of the students. And that's a double-edged sword. And so your question about the proof of concept that we're currently under, they are all elementary schools. Because what we're trying to do with that particular project is show that in a school where you have the majority or the preponderance of students operating at below grade level reading capacity, then with the right injection of resources, of talent, of strategies, we can drastically turn that around. The goal is to take these 5 schools which have the majority of their students below grade level and flip that 180 degrees, so that at the end of the academic year, all 5 of those schools have the majority of their students above grade level. Now, that's the goal. Right. We may or may not reach that goal, but we need to.
We've got a plan.
We have a plan. We're going to implement it. Right. Now, to your point, the reason that we're focusing this proof of concept on elementary is because we firmly believe that the most important thing we can do is get students on grade level by 3rd grade. If we can do that, then the answer to your question answers itself. We have hit the elementary, so by the time they get to middle, they're reading to learn. They don't have to learn to read. Well, the data of the K-9 diagnostic is showing us which students actually can't read to learn because they haven't learned to read. So that being said, we do have a focus and we do have a plan, albeit not like a proof of concept at this point in time, because I think we chose the elementary because we have to hit the biggest change that we can in turning this ship of 113,000 students. Now, that being said, we are moving to middle and high school to help address their reading and math computational skills as well. So it's not the answer, because it's not a silver bullet, right? We don't have the answer of how to hit middle and high. We think we have the answer of elementary, but we won't know that until the data shows us whether or not this proof of concept is sound. Or at least you want.
I could just add to that logic. I first want to clarify that as a school system in the state of Georgia, we are actually administering the Georgia milestones now, and the EOCTs and CRCTs did actually go away 2 years ago. And so trend data is difficult to follow, but the results of our students in high school, which largely fall in the 9th grade year, most of the Georgia milestones high schoolers take happen to fall in 9th grade, is certainly a reflection of the exceptional instruction they receive starting in kindergarten. So that is a K-8 focus in order to prepare for that 9th grade year. So I want to make sure I'm highlighting a few other very specific efforts. One, to revitalize that 9th grade year in our schools that have demonstrated the greatest opportunity to grow on ninth grade performance. So we actually have launched an innovative model at Pebblebrook High School in which we've embedded a lot of times CTAE courses into the core academics to really increase the relevance and the application and the problem solving associated with those core courses. I also want to emphasize that ninth grade year has often been a huge jump for kids, and we see high failure rates at each 9-week increment. So we're, again, not just waiting for a summative Georgia milestone score, but we're starting to focus on what is the 6-week course grade looking like? What changes and adjustments need to be made at 6 weeks for our ninth graders? What's the 18-week look like, et cetera, throughout the year? And we know that course grades in that ninth grade year are a huge indicator of the likeliness to graduate on time. And so that's been a very focused effort, not just at each of our individual high schools, but as a district leadership team as well. I also want to mention that we shared this in the spring, the idea that we have moved away from the concept of remediation. So in K through 8, when a student demonstrates they are lagging in learning, we no longer slow it down more. It's like the kid who is trailing behind on the field trip to the zoo. You don't tell them to start walking slower. You actually say, come on, kiddo, we're going to run. And that's what accelerated intervention does. And so as an organization, we have eliminated the logic that you slow things down for kids who have demonstrated lagging. And instead, in a very prescriptive way, you start to accelerate how you intervene in their learning gaps. When you have a diagnostic like we do in reading and math, you now as a teacher can say, I don't have to reteach the entire 6 weeks because I'm not really sure what you don't know. I can hone in on just phonemic awareness because that is where you are struggling in your literacy acquisition. The second thing is in our accelerated intervention model, as an organization, we have invested in Read 180. And that is a digital solution that allows kids to have a very customized intervention when they demonstrate gaps in specifically in their reading proficiency. And I think when you couple a concept of balanced literacy and math instruction in the first place, you then are diagnosing that learning is happening every single day for every single kid. When it doesn't, we have an accelerated intervention strategy that no longer slows it down, but instead accelerates the student's experience so that they can regroup with their peer group very quickly. So I just wanted to add that, Mr. Ragsdale.
Mr. Banks had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In fact, I have several questions. First of all, we have to acknowledge we do have some underperforming schools, and some of them are very substantially underperforming. However, I want to say that I think in all these schools that have been mentioned here, we do have excellent teachers, and we do provide the necessary resources to make them proficient, just as skilled and as proficient as any North Cobb school or East Cobb school. The question, I think, and the data is not here, is, okay, why are we not at a level of 80 or 90% proficient? And I think some of the things that that's not shown here, which would be very helpful, would be how many transient students are in these schools, which has a very strong effect on the quality of education and puts an extra burden on the teachers to maintain a constant level of scores. Also, you have to know in a lot of these schools that are mentioned here, how many students are from single-parent homes, which has another effect on the learning ability. And also, we have some homeless children. Believe it or not, in Cobb County, we do have quite a few homeless children that are in our schools. And I think another problem I can see in these schools is how many students are learning to speak English, which has another effect on student scoring abilities. Now, these are things that a teacher cannot control. But I do applaud what the superintendent said and Dr. Davis said about trying to identify programs that will enhance the learning ability. I do know that we have a bridge program at certain schools, and I think that was done this summer. Did we implement the bridge programs this summer? So that gives students a leg up on getting more proficient. But I think there's one of the things that we should identify is things that we can't control and those that we can control. The learning process, the skills, and the programs we can control, but the other environment situations, I don't see how we can control, and that does have a strong effect on the score of students, particularly transient. That's a very serious problem. I've got one school, in fact, maybe two schools that has a very high transient, and so the students that start in August, 50 to 70% of them won't be there in May. So, how does a teacher overcome that situation? And it's very severe. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Let me speak to the transiency piece just a little bit, because you're right. Transiency does have a detrimental effect on that particular student's learning process. However, we are still held by the state accountable for whatever the teacher evaluation model is going to be. Now, Senate Bill 364 has moved us in the right direction. Granted, the bill is not perfect, but it did address transiency to some degree by addressing the percentage of time a student has to be in a teacher's class to be able to be counted toward whatever student growth model is going to be implemented by the school district, by the school. So Senate Bill 364 did attempt to address that, albeit it's not perfect. Here's the challenge, though. There's no way to determine which of the students is going to move out when, right? So that's what we're doing with the proof of concept this year with literacy. That's one piece of data that we'll track is over the course of the academic year, how many of the students started and went through the entire academic year. And then look at how many students left and when they left. Because we know this data has been tracked many times before I even came to Cobb, this data was tracked. We know that for those students that stay in our district from K to 12, they do infinitely better than the students that are transient and leave and come back, or leave and don't come back. So we do know that, emphatically. It's empirical data that we have. But that's going to be one of the things that we look at in this proof of concept. Granted, it's not going to be huge because, again, to your point, Mr. Banks, you can't control it. But what we can control is what we're doing inside the classroom for 180 days for the students that are there, however long they're there for. So,
Mr. Morgan, before we get back to you.
Let me respond to his question, please. I agree that there are some things we cannot control. But I think Dr. Davis has indicated we have programs in place to mitigate some of these deficiencies that we have no control over. So, bridge programs, getting students or children in schools like I know, like in East Cobb, most children start at 2 years old. They're in some kind of a school. Mr. Morgan and I, several years ago, Mr. Morgan had some statistics on middle schools, and he shared them with me, and he compared middle schools in his area, and middle schools in my area. My area is 4 years ahead of his area. So how do we bridge that gap? Hopefully we have been doing things that would bridge that gap, but I would also ask the question is, we know we need help in certain schools. Do we have mentoring programs in our schools that would help underperforming schools?
I'd like to see us get away from the term underperforming schools, because I don't think you're proving that the schools are underperforming. They face some challenges maybe that other schools don't, but many of those schools are working harder than some of those that have higher test scores. So
I won't disagree with you. So what term would you like to use?
I don't know. We can come up with one, but it doesn't need to imply that the teachers there are not working as hard or harder.
I think the teachers in these schools are working harder than a lot of schools are, because they have to.
Some of that's very true. So maybe as a board, we can stop using that term and we'll come up with a more appropriate term so that we're not bashing teachers who are working hard every day to bridge that gap you're talking about. So we'll have to come up with one. We'll look to Dr. Davis for that then. And welcome back, Dr. Davis. Mr. Morgan, we'll bring it back to you for closing.
Yes, thank you. Again, it's important that I say that when you're talking about improvement, student improvement, that does not imply, infer, or insinuate that you are railing against the caliber of educators that we have. It can be taken that way very easily, and that's one of the things that causes inertia in education, is that I think we have to be more intentional and cognizant of saying, I'm addressing an issue, I'm not castigating blame on an individual. Two separate things. Having said that, what I feel like I heard was this. First, let me say about the transiency, and you said a lot of it, Chris. That means we've been around each other, I guess, a good period of time. Transiency is an issue, but I don't feel like it's an insurmountable barrier. I think that what I have seen firsthand is I have gone into different elementary schools in my area, and what they were teaching in social studies at school X, they were teaching at social studies at school Y, which lets me know, because a lot of transiency is I'm jumping from Sanders to Riverside Intermediate to Bryant to, so if we have a pacing guide and people are sticking to them as much as they possibly can, then even if I do jump to this school and then that school, then back over here, I'm still pretty much, the concepts are still pretty much the same regardless to the actual school. What I heard was this: accelerated intervention, read 180. Those are two things that I heard in addition to diagnostics, so that it empowers the instructor. Again, this is maybe I'm missing it. Maybe I'm missing it. Do we have the bandwidth to say, we got 5 schools, proof of concept, I'm excited to hear, I can't wait to see the information that's coming from. Can we say, here's 5 schools, middle schools? I mean, maybe this is the optimist in me, Chris, but I really think this concept is dead on. I mean, it might be some tweaks here and there, but largely I think that, hey, this is how you change the tide, so to speak. Can we say, okay, got these 5, and I know we're rolling them out. We're going to be more intentional for this middle school cluster that replicates what we are doing in elementary school around the issue of literacy, because you and I had a conversation, Chris. We might have been offline. I know you were saying that at this point, trying to simultaneously do literacy and computation, we might be biting off more than we can reasonably handle. So my question is, can we do that same thing with middle school, that we're simultaneous to what we are doing in terms of literacy in elementary school? That's my question.
Maybe. And the reason I say it like that, and I took a good amount of time to say that answer, is because and let me go back and kind of talk about the quick conversation we had about, the math and the literacy and not trying to do too much. It's not that we're not focusing on math. Right. It's not that our teachers are not focusing on math, but we're doing this proof of concept to say, okay, can we take a majority of below grade level literacy students in a school and turn them around in an academic year? If we can do that, and I say, if we reach the goal that we're attaining for, then that becomes just like CTLS, right? We're then able to say, okay, here's the model. We're going to replicate that at whichever school we need to. And then the elementary level assistant superintendents can address that, because Belinda is doing a tremendous job leading this 5-school proof of concept. It is not to take away from anything that the schools and the teachers are doing, but it also is a tremendous amount of work on the level assistant superintendent, because that person is in charge of the principals for their particular level and the way we've got it divided up. So that being said, I would say absolutely that middle school and even high school proof of concept is certainly on the horizon, but not until we know for sure what the model at elementary has been able to do. And the reason I say that is because at elementary, yes, we're trying to learn to read, right? But when you get to the middle school and the high school level, for those students at that level that are not performing on grade level for reading, then everything else is suffering, right? So there are some strategies and processes that we'll be able to take from the elementary proof of concept and apply them at the middle school level. But there are also some things that we will have to come up with at the middle school level that are not present for elementary. So the reason I say maybe is because we've got to get through the elementary proof of concept first to know exactly what strategies and practices and processes and procedures we can carry over into middle school. Because unfortunately, as the case that we're faced, we still have middle school and high school students that are learning to read.
Yes.
Okay? Because they haven't learned to read. So reading to learn is not even in the game yet, right? So academically speaking, we want to be able to take the proof of concept, and we know it's going to be successful. Don't get me wrong. This is not a, hey, if we, do this advanced acceleration and these kind of things, is it going to work? We know it's going to work. We just need to identify the benchmarks to know when to look for success, and then what next steps to take, and then be able to take that to the next level, which is middle school and high school. So yes, we will be there, but not until we get through this proof of concept, because that is the actual reason for a proof of concept, right? Is you have a theory, you put it in place at a minute section of what you're trying to do, you prove it, and then you make sure that it can scale.
Right.
I think that's the problem that education has faced over the past years. Technology, for example. Everybody's good at buying computers. But then what do you do with them? That's right. Everybody wants to talk about a one-to-one. Well, how do you scale that? How do you afford that? So I think forest and trees comes to mind again. And what we're trying to do is make sure that we know where the forest is, and then we drill down into the trees so we don't miss it. So that being said, that we want to do things in this district very strategically, very methodically, to make sure that when we say, okay, this worked, we can scale it. So, and that kind of goes back again to, we've got 113,000 people on this ship we're trying to turn. And it's real easy. Y'all got to stay with me here, because it's real easy to get, for lack of a better term, depressed, right? Because when we talk about success, we want it now. Right. We want it right now for these kids. But we got to make sure that we know exactly the how to get to where we want to be. So when we say next year for middle school and high school, yeah, it's a year away, but I can tell you that when we say we're going to pull the trigger in middle and high school, we know that the elementary proof of concept held water. We proved it, it works, and we're going to move forward.
Thank you. I would also like to ask if we're, Mr. Morgan's asking about moving it upward vertically. What about spreading it beyond the five elementary? So
yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying is that once we get through the 5-school proof of concept for elementary, we know we can scale it.
Right.
We're going to scale it to any school that needs that particular type of intervention.
And then look at moving it up.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yep.
great. All right. Thank you. Mr. Morgan, you have something else?
Final thing, yes. I feel like I have a tangible answer or answers, which are let's make sure that the proof of concept for what we are currently doing is rock solid, effective, sustainable, and we will spread it beyond the 5 elementary schools, and then the parts that are appropriate for middle and high, we will use and add things just because it's different age. Final question I have is, will definitive decisions about the proof of concept, is that something time frame wise, something takeaways, is the aim, okay, the end of the school year we have definitive information that we have, or is this a 2-year window, a 1-year window in terms of academic school year? Yep. Okay. Well, that was my final question. I appreciate that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I see Mr. Scammahorn has arrived from his previous commitment. So let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back for our next item. So, thank you. So we'll return at 9:47. Okay, thank you very much. We're back from our break. Is everyone ready? Conversation stopped and we're ready to go? Maybe? Okay, Mr. Morgan, you have the next item also.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'll begin with what I am proposing. I think that is important. I want to get lost. What I am proposing is a change to, I don't know if it's administrative rule, policy KM-R. It's a rule. Okay, thank you. Yeah, this right there, biggest day, and I didn't see it. A slight change to KM-R. And this is the change that I am proposing. That every school grant a parent the privilege or opportunity to walk their child to class prior to school starting. That's what I'm asking. So that I want to be real clear about what I'm asking. Now I'll get into why. On several levels, I think it gets to the heart of what we are about as a school district. We want to make sure that every single parent, whether they take advantage of it or not, is secondary, but that they have access to our schools to interface, interact with the great people that we have in our schools that make our schools go. What we currently have in the district in relation to this is this. This is the reality. Most schools allow this practice. Some of you might remember who were on the board at that time, that this was something that I brought forth in 2014. So this document that I'm giving you reflects the practices of the schools based upon 2014. To the best of my knowledge and recollection, none of the schools have changed the practice. Okay. Well, I hope that they changed it to the affirmative. That would be my hope. My point being this. Okay. My point being this. I believe my experience has been this. The two schools that my daughter attended in the area both happen to have a policy, or at least the principal's discretion was, yes, you can walk your child to class prior to school starting. These were the expectations. You sign in, you put on a badge, and there was a time frame in which you could do it. These are the things that were also understood, and I really want to underscore these things. You cannot disrupt instructional time. And the second thing is you checking in, putting on a badge, getting in and out of the building. There were, best of my recollection, there were no instances of safety being compromised. Zero. To me, the two things that we want to make sure that we keep intact would be instructional time and safety. And it is my belief that if we have so many of our schools who allow this, then if there were chronic, rampant cases of instructional time being compromised, safety being compromised, then I think a lot of schools will pull back and say, no, can't do that anymore. It's causing too much. And the final thing I'll say is this. If a parent oversteps the boundaries, you still have the latitude to say, hey, Jane Doe, John Doe, you no longer have this privilege. I fundamentally believe every opportunity that we get that we can allow access to our schools, we should do it. I don't think it should be a situation where I can't go before school, I'm working during the day. So basically, the only time I could see the school in action would be when school's not in. When I went into the building and I would walk my daughter to the class, these were some of the residual impact. I got to know everybody in the front office really well. I got to know the nurses. I got to know teachers who were doing hall duty that I would not have met. I got to know fathers, and I ended up being a part of the father group that I don't know if I would have even known about it if it had been, you can't walk to the class. Hey, we were walking out together. Hey, are you a part of the dad's group and we're doing this? Can we hit the organic relationships that I was able to form with far and wide, from staff to fathers to mothers to even students that you would see. Hello, how you doing? That is what it is all about. And I feel that the way we currently have KM-R constructed, it can be better. If there's a certain time you could do it, you put the badge on, safety's not compromised, instructional time not compromised, I feel like it's a win-win. Final thing I'll say is this. I spoke with the principal in my post who currently does not allow it at the encouraging of the area superintendent. And this principal and I have a great relationship. And I said, help me understand why. And the principal said, I don't want a parent to say, okay, walking little Johnny to class and you end up on another hall talking to a teacher or whatever you're trying to handle. So my question to the principal was, well, what if they were in place? If that happens, you lose that privilege. Secondly, a school that I think most of us can agree upon is we have probably more challenges at this particular school than we do other schools. It's Riverside Intermediate. Riverside Intermediate, believe it or not, they allow parents to do this. Now, in my mind, if Riverside Intermediate, who has more challenges than probably most of our other schools, allow it, they haven't stopped the practice. They've never said, oh, our safety was compromised. Oh, you're cutting into instructional time. If they're able to do it, then it's hard-pressed for me to believe that the other schools who currently do not have it, that there's a plausible rationale that would limit that. I think this is an issue about access for parents. And again, I'll finish by saying what I'm asking is KM-R to be tweaked to allow parents to walk their children to class prior to the start of school if they so desire. I yield the floor, Madam Chair.
All right, for this, Mr. Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to question Mr. Morgan. If you, all of these principals, and you got it listed as Area 1, Austell, Bryant, Clarkdale, Clay, Harmony, Leland, Hendricks, Mableton, and Sanders, are all the principals, if they're the ones putting this in place, why are they all doing that? And are they all the same reason at each school, or I'm just curious why that this area as compared to the others is, they're almost all no.
All right. Might I answer, Madam Chair? Thank you. What I have learned is this, Mr. Wheeler, is that it seemed to be an issue of a practice where, or the rationales that I was given did not hold up. And I'm not saying that to cast aspersions at anyone. Again, the issues that were brought up to me were safety and instructional time and independence for the student. Those were the three issues that were brought up to me. So my question then became, what were the incidents dealing with safety? If that's the reason you have it, something had to happen for you to do it. I wasn't given any. And around instructional time, what were the incidents, what were the rampant instances of it, I wasn't giving any rationale. So it led me to believe, again, just trying to objectively look at it, that it was just a more practice based upon that's how we've done it, as opposed to there being enough incidents to warrant how things are done. And schools that do allow it, the ones that you mentioned, for example, Riverside Intermediate, Riverside Primary, it's a stone's throw from Bryant. You could literally walk from Riverside Primary to Bryant Elementary. So the note that so they're pulling from the same families, the same geographical locations. If they're able to do it and it's working swimmingly swell, I'm hard-pressed to believe that a school a mile away says no. Geography should not determine access. Because you're sitting right there and I'm sitting right here, shouldn't say, well, you don't have the right for that. You don't have the right to see that screen, but he does. We should both be able to look at that screen. And that, to me, again, is a larger narrative in our district where there are opportunities that we can grant more access to parents, especially with there being a push of wanting more parents engaged and involved in our schools. I think this is a step that would reinforce that in terms of if we tweak this particular administrative rule.
Mr. Scammahorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although today safety is paramount, as we all know, we're spending a lot of money to make sure our students are safe. Part of not being able to walk to student to class is also getting him to become a little bit more independent. And when my son was at Brumby back in dark ages, and as those of you that are familiar with the old Brumby, the front of the building, which is not the front anymore, but it's still there, was circular. It's got a circular hallway. And when we enrolled my son in there, his mom, my wife, they didn't want her to walk him to class. And the reason was not safety at the time. It was they were wanting him to get used to the building and become a little more independent. Well, unfortunately for my son, when the administrator and his mom were talking, they sent him on to class. Well, about 3 minutes later, he was coming back around the other way. So the circular hallway, he couldn't find his classroom. So then the administrator walked him to class. So there are other reasons besides just safety and trying to get the students acclimated, trying to get them a little more independent. Now, if there's a certain reason that a parent should be walking their child to class, sure. But I'm not against what Mr. Morgan is asking, but I would like to see a little more rationalization, because are we going to start running our schools from the board level? And principals in that community should be able to make those kind of decisions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I added up all the yeses, and there were 49 schools that do allow parents to take their child to the classroom, which means there's 18 schools that do not allow it. I don't really see a problem. I'll take off on Mr. Scammahorn's comment about safety. I think we put the responsibility of the students on the principal's plate, and I think the principal at each school should make this decision, and not the board. I think there's different circumstances in each school that would allow parents to take their child, and there are certain situations where a principal may not be very comfortable with that. So I would tend to leave the rule as it is, and if a board member wanted to talk to a principal and see if they could change their minds, I'm all for it.
Mr. Morgan.
In listening to the comments of my colleagues, there's a couple things I would like to offer. There's a fine line between a top-down management style and also having enough nuanced common sense to say this is something that we can help, something we can fix. Let me give you the backdrop of the area that I represent. And most of you are well aware of this, but maybe for the consumption of the public. We desperately need and deserve more parents involved and engaged in our schools. Now, engagement involvement can run the gamut in terms of that. But what I will say is this. I don't feel as if saying from 7:10 to 7:40, you have the opportunity or privilege to walk your kid to class is usurping the principal's authority or autonomy. I think that, again, it is an opportunity where we are going to give parents the opportunity, if you do this, and it builds what we want. It builds larger opportunity for community and camaraderie and the opportunity to interface within a school building. I don't feel that this is a situation where we're saying, okay, principal, you have to do X, Y, and Z. I'm well aware that if we have so many schools that currently allow it, far more we have now, even if this list has changed a bit, than don't. If it were an issue, if it were instructional time, independence, or safety, then a lot of the schools would say, no, we no longer allow it. What I see it as an opportunity as empowering parents and community in a particular part of our area to have more access to the school when it's up and running, as opposed to after school or PTA night, things of that nature. So I really feel like it's an opportunity for us to tweak a rule to empower parents more when it comes to access to our school buildings.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. So let's be clear. To tweak a rule means to amend it.
Yes.
So you're asking that the board put on the agenda for the next meeting to vote on whether we would like to amend. I'm
sorry.
Am I wrong? Mr. Doyle, is that what we're trying to do? Put something on the agenda so...
Find it now.
We're making sure. But anyway, this is what I think where we're going, that you're asking that this rule be amended to take away principal discretion and require that parents be allowed to walk students to class, right? So then I believe then we have to have majority to put that on the agenda, is that right? So those in favor of putting that on our next agenda for a vote, would you please raise your hand? Those opposed? Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks abstains. Okay, I'm sorry, we don't have the majority to do that right now. Thank you. All right, next item, Mr. Morgan.
The final agenda item deals with financial literacy. And I was talking to a friend last night, and we got in a conversation about this, and they said, "Hey, you want financial literacy for high school students?" And I went on to explain that no matter where you are, it's a universal skill that you need, and I feel like whatever avenues that will allow us to immerse this into our curriculum is another step that we can take in terms of preparing our students when they get into the real world. But then I thought about it, and what sparked the thought was this. I said, yeah, I want it just like physical education. Everybody takes physical education. There's no escaping it. You're taking physical education. Now, I don't know how it works with special needs students, but maybe they still have to attend or something. I have no idea if they have physical limitations, but I suspect overwhelming number of our students take physical education, whether you're in elementary, middle, or high. So then I thought about it and said, I feel like financial literacy should be throughout the curriculum K-12, similar to physical education. I think the premise behind physical education is that all children are better when they're active, when they're physically active, and I feel like all of our students would be better if we coordinate and find ways to meaningfully put financial education in our curriculum. Final thing I'll say is this. I was recently at South Cobb High School and had the pleasure of meeting with the student council. And after we finished meeting with the student council, Mr. Terza and I, the principal there, took a walk around the building. As we walk around the building, we happened to walk in the area where the econ teacher was. And Mr. Terza was communicating to me how amazing his econ team was in the building. Just so happened we were walking by, one of the econ teachers was standing outside, and I was like, man, she told me how much they had raised the end of course tests by 20 percentage points at South Cobb. And I said, okay. I said, so give me more insight. How Mr. Terza, myself, and the teacher standing there. She said, the one thing I wish I could do, she said, I wish that we could immerse financial literacy with econ, personal finance. And that just reinforced and emboldened my idea that we should do everything we can to immerse this into our curriculum. And I am having this conversation first to see, the appetite for it, the plausibility of it, and if it is plausible and there is an appetite for it, what would the next steps be in terms of preparing our children when it comes to money in a more robust way as they matriculate through our schools?
So ultimately, I'm gonna hand it off to Mary Elizabeth to talk about how that would happen. But the challenge that we have now, immersing it into a course, as long as it's included in the standard, is certainly doable. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that it is covered in several standards to be included within several courses as those standards are taught. That is the challenge, though, that we have is two concurrent paths really to talk about. One, as a standalone class. As a standalone class, we're very challenged in that as the number of units required by the state to be achieved and taken by each student increases, 4 years of math, et cetera. Then there's really not a lot of room for anything elective-wise to be instructed or injected into that. Now, but that being said, to be able to immerse it into various courses, as long as that standard covers the financial literacy piece of it, then that is doable from that perspective. But there's also some challenges as far as what has been approved by the state and by SACs and by the regions, more importantly. So, Mary Elizabeth, you want to take it from there?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I actually think it might be healthy to talk about the current status of personal finance education in our schools so that the board can make some informed guidance on what might need to be enhanced. Let me just start by mentioning that between social studies and mathematics, we see personal finance standards in every single one of our grade levels, K through 8. One example might be in first grade social studies, students will describe the costs and benefits of personal spending and saving choices. That type of theme continues at each grade level in social studies. In our mathematics standards in K-8, it's much more specifically focused on the calculation associated with financial resources. I do want to applaud the tremendous growth of the South Cobb Econ team, but I'd like to elaborate on that teacher's perspective of the specific standards in our required econ course in high school. Economics is a required course for all students to graduate. There also is an associated milestone assessment at the conclusion of that course, so it is something every child experiences. The specific themes of that econ course include fundamental concepts, which makes sense, a micro econ component, a macro econ component, and the fourth, a quarter of the entire course, is personal finance. Some of the specific standards in the personal finance component of our required econ course include creating a savings and financial plan for a future goal, and evaluating the impact on personal spending and saving decisions, comparing services offered by financial institutions, and a quarter of the entire course is actually focused on personal finance decision making. So that is the state standards that we have implemented as a school system. And I do want to elaborate, in high school, there is a math course called Math of Finance. Math of Finance is a state-approved elective course that is eligible as a math elective in high school. However, it's important to note that the Board of Regents does not recognize it as a college-acceptable course credit. So neither does the NCAA. So we do not offer that course in many instances, and currently do not have any students enrolled in the Math of Finance course. But that is an elective that the state has approved. That summarizes our current status of personal finance learning that occurs K through 12, and I'm happy to elaborate as the board sees appropriate, but I think that that is an important foundation before we make any decisions to enhance it.
Thank you. Mr. Scammahorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. Davis, I think, alluded to my question that I was going to also ask Mr. Morgan. When I've been in the classrooms, K through 12, and I want to reiterate what Ms. Davis said, teachers use the financial examples to teach kids, even in examples that aren't definitely defined as financial. But I would like to kind of back the discussion up, if appropriate, as to what, and I don't want to put Mr. Morgan on the spot per se, maybe Ms. Davis can help it, and I'm looking at some definitions on my iPhone. What do you expect? What is the definition from where you're coming from for financial literacy? Is it just balancing a checkbook, understanding how to invest in money, understanding the micro and macroeconomics of the world? I mean, I'd like to hear maybe a discussion of where we want to go, I guess. So, and I don't want to insult anybody's intelligence, but I will concede, Mr. Morgan, that part of this multi-paragraph article about the President's Advisory Council is they say personal financial literacy is more than just being able to balance a checkbook, compare prices, or get a job, and then they go on for some other things. So, but where is those other things? What is in your mind that you want us to do? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Morgan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Where I would want us to go is all the above: debt, how to balance a checkbook, credit cards. I mean, it runs the gamut. When you're making a large purchase, what appreciates and what depreciates. I think there's an entire gamut of information that our students should have the opportunity to be educated on prior to leaving school, because what I believe the current reality is that far too many students leave school ill-prepared when it comes to how to soundly deal with money and make financial transactions and how to keep themselves in good financial standing. So it would be all of the above, Mr. Scammahorn, in terms of the depth that I think would greatly prepare our students where we current, as opposed to where the current paradigm is, which is, I heard that it was either kindergarten or first grade. It was something, 8th grade. There's currently a course, but it's not approved by the Board of Regents. It doesn't count towards the NCAA. And to me, that can be greatly bolstered. Again, what am I talking about? We always talk about preparing students, so regardless to where they fall on the educational spectrum, when they leave our schools, whether they choose to go into the military or go to college or pursue some other endeavor, how do we make sure that their experience correlates to their passion and being a positive and productive adult? A part of being a positive and productive adult is being able to wisely handle money. And because there's such, I feel like the opportunities right now are anemic, for lack of a better word, that we can greatly bolster that. I heard that it takes the approval of the Board of Regents, if I'm not mistaken. Board of Regents, somebody like that has to approve the course for that one course. My question is this. In terms of immersing it with other courses, because if it was robust enough currently in econ, I don't think that teacher would have brought it up. I don't think the teacher would say, well, you know what? She brought it up. I didn't even, she brought that up. But she's saying, you know what? We need more of this. And the conversation between myself and the teacher and Mr. Terza was like, yes, that's a necessary skill we think all students should be equipped to have. So my question is this. One, are there any type of latitude and waivers around IE squared? And I hear what you say, Chris, about, they already got a full plate, so to speak, in terms of got to get through all these credits. Are there any latitude in that regard? And the second question I have, and final question I have, is in terms of approval from the decision-making body, Board of Regents and things of that nature, is it a thing where you submit and say, hey, we want this, and they say yes or no? Or, I mean, is it a clandestine bureaucratic body that you don't know how they make decisions? So those are my two questions around, can we bolster it through IE squared? And secondly, in terms of the approval process, is it a way that we can submit something to another body and say, hey, we want to make this, we want to have this particular course and make it an opportunity for our students and it count towards credits that they need as an elective? Those are my two questions. I yield, Madam Chair.
Mr. Scammahorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions are really to seek to understand the scope of the discussion. Having said that, is what, I mean, if I was a history teacher and I was really a World War II buff, where I wanted to teach more about World War II than the allotted time. And that's kind of what I'm hearing from the econ teacher, and I commend him or her for having the passion of their area. But we only have so much time, and I really want to know where are we now? Because if our educators feel that overall that we're adequately giving our students that material, then there's nothing to do. But if overall we're not, and I don't know if Mr. Ragsdale or Ms. Davis wants to weigh in, then maybe we should look at it more in depth. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Let me approach it to start with from the IE squared perspective, because you brought that up, Mr. Morgan. As a matter of fact, Mr. Wilbanks, superintendent over in Gwinnett County, and myself were just on a panel at the leadership conference down in Atlanta, and it was on IE squared, and one of the questions became, because the discussion of the three groups, they divided us up into small, medium, and large districts. And it became very obvious that, again, education is so change resistant. We've done the same thing the same way for over 100 years. And we've actually succeeded and to some degree thrived by doing that. There's not another industry on the planet that you can say that about. Every other industry has had to change and evolve over time. Because education has been inside the box for so long, that IE squared allowed us to truly think outside the box. And that's a term that, we throw around, a lot of fad terms that get thrown around in education. And that's one of them, is thinking outside the box. We have been inside the box for so long that when the box is removed, we're still operating within the box, because when we had our first, what we call idea to innovation, proposals from schools of what Title 20 legislation they wanted to waive to get things accomplished differently, I would say almost 100% of the proposals could be accomplished without IE squared. But we have been inside the box for so long, we don't even recognize what the box is. So going toward that end, with a quarter of the econ class devoted to personal finance in some way, shape, or form, I think probably what we need to do is just delve into, okay, exactly what does that mean? A quarter of the course devoted to personal finance means what? Because to your point, you get a teacher that loves World War II, and they spend, 65% of the class on World War II, even though the standards cover a lot more. Then the students are suffering because of that. So we can't say, oh, well, we just need to hit personal finance harder because it's more important to the student after they get out of high school, regardless of where they go next. So I think that we probably need to really identify and define what that means, which would direct us to where we go next, because it could be that we're talking about something that actually already exists, as we've just heard, and we just need to expand on the understanding, because it kind of comes back to some of the myths and urban legends about education that is anecdotal, but we've repeated it so much that it has become empirical instead of anecdotal. So, Mary Elizabeth, you want to take it from there?
Sure. I just want to add that, Mr. Morgan, when you summarized what you heard, I want to make sure that I was comprehensive enough in my articulation that it's every grade, grades 1 through 8, that have standards associated with personal finance and financial decision making in social studies. And every grade, grades 1 through 8, have math standards associated more with the calculation, rate of change, all those things that are associated with financial transactions. And then in economics, while the South Cobb teacher's experience might be unique, what is expected for instruction is a quarter of the time dedicated to personal finance. And I think it'd probably be valuable if I sent the board the standards K through 8 as well as the econ standards, so you can see the language about credit, the language about debt, the language about insurance decisions, the language about personal finance planning, and then be able to identify where we see gaps for our students before they graduate. And then I want to just mention one other consideration. As a board and leadership team, we have committed to ensuring that anytime new standards are developed by the state, we don't just adopt them blindly, but instead we engage our community in contributing their feedback on where there might be needs to enhance. Well, we are just about to embark on that for social studies. You know that the state has adopted new science and social studies standards, but before we implement them next year, we're going to have a community review process that will, of course, include constituents of yours to articulate where there might be gaps so that as a community, we shore up any learning experiences that we want to ensure that students have before they graduate. So I think that's how I'm answering your questions, Mr. Morgan. The first was, are there new social studies standards that we need, or are there any new standards that we need? I think our community forum process will be an opportunity for us to evaluate that very transparently. And your second question was, does the Board of Regents need to get involved in math of finance? And that would be correct. That is a Board of Regents decision that is made through the approval of courses process in order for the Board of Regents to rule on the math of finance course. That's, I think I've answered the questions that were posed.
Also, just taking on one additional thing is that if a quarter of the econ class is devoted to personal finance, it makes sense. And obviously, we can't analyze what the end of grade test is going to be and that kind of thing, but it would make sense that a quarter would be reflected into the assessment of that particular course. Again, the assessment standards and the test police will certainly not allow you to delve into exactly what's on the assessment. But if a quarter of the standard is required to be personal finance and econ, then it makes sense that a quarter of the assessment will be reflected in that as well.
Mr. Morgan.
Final question and comment, Madam Chair. The question I have is, when are the community meetings going to take place?
We're in the process of preparing a timeline for the superintendent's review. We'll be prepared to share that in the next couple of weeks.
Gotcha. Okay. And the comment that I have is this. Sometimes what's reflected in standards and what's happening in reality are two different things. And what I find large swaths of are parents saying, my students needs a deeper dive about money. How to handle it, best way to do X, best way to do Z. So I think that it is currently in our standards. It's currently in our standards. But when we take another look at it, I think an opportunity to see how that's actually playing itself out and possible avenues to bolster personal finance, I think that would be advantageous to all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Appreciate that. All right. That moves us to item number 5, the superintendent's report. Mr. Ragsdale.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm going to ask Mr. John Adams to come and lead this, start this discussion. We've got Mr. Wilson in the back. If he can wake up, come on. You've been here a while, but come on down. And Nick Parker. Obviously, we have talked about the timeline for SPLOST for a very lengthy amount of time, which will be 1 year. So we are approaching now the month of October when we're going to ask the board to vote on the referendum. And of course, when you vote on the referendum, then that will finalize the SPLOST project list. And we've got a hard copy of the draft notebook for you today, as we said we would. This is, of course, the final draft, and as has been practiced in previous SPLOS, we are going to make this available to the public. As a matter of fact, as soon as today's meeting concludes, the draft notebook will be on our website in PDF form, so the public can peruse the projects for their individual schools, and more importantly, parents can be able to peruse projects for their feeder patterns, because of course we're talking about a 5-year period of projects. So the elementary students will certainly be experiencing middle and high school projects, so it will be important for parents to be able to see what their students will be encountering in their schools as they move up. So, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Superintendent, Madam Chair, members of the board. I am truly pleased to bring you the culmination of 1 year's planning for the Cobb County School District Special Purpose Local Option Sales Tax, ED SPLOST. To be clear for our viewers at home, This is education SPLOST. This is not necessarily to be confused at all with any other SPLOST that you may see. We are not building bridges. We are building schools and capital improvements. This is 1 year.
Now, he says that, but this is for the public's information, because we have had questions that truly asked, about building a SPLOST over to the new Brave Stadium. So we definitely want, to clarify exactly what we're talking about for the viewing audience and for the public, because there are numerous SPLOSTs out there, right? The county has a SPLOST. The county's talking about doing a public safety SPLOST and these kind of things. So we want to make sure that the public is aware that this is Ed SPLOST. This is nothing but capital projects and improvements, modifications to the schools in our school district within Cobb.
Thank you, sir. And it's been quite a process over the years. You recall we started with a demographic study that was very comprehensive and very much on the mark, and we've updated that annually since that time, and we'll continue to do so. So we have the latest data. Along with that, we've also had a comprehensive classroom utilization study that looked at capacity of our schools, age of schools, projected enrollment in certain times as far out as 10 years, and tried to put those data points together. Also, our SPLOST office, who I'll talk about briefly in a second, has worked very closely with our maintenance department to look at not only the ages of facilities, but the conditions. How old is a roof? How many calls for service do we have? HVAC, you name it. That's been a very comprehensive and excellent working relationship between maintenance and SPLOST to look at the overall condition of the various schools and the needs. And then as part of the planning process, Mr. Wilson and Mr. Parker have met with literally every principal to go over their schools' conditions and local needs. So a very robust and comprehensive process. I am pleased, and we'll give you your own copy, but to show you physically the amount of detail and specificity that we have. We joke about other districts having SPLOST pamphlets. We truly have a substantial notebook. We have the luxury in having James Wilson with us. Mr. Wilson, as well as being a former interim superintendent in Cobb and superintendent in Fulton, has been involved in every SPLOST effort in Cobb County and many SPLOST efforts in other counties. And I would dare say there's no one more knowledgeable in the state about SPLOST, so we are thankful to have him. And then Mr. Nick Parker. Nick and his folks, particularly Daphne Griffin, have done a tremendous job in preparation for this. When you think about trying to compile $759 million worth of needs made up of 114 schools and 7 different posts, that's quite a daunting effort. So thanks to Nick and James and all the folks in SPLOST. And then finally, the notebook is ready, and you will see a copy of our final draft. At this point, we're submitting it to the board, and it then would become the board's role to vote on the resolution in October. But at this point, we have our projections on revenues, and any changes to this notebook, something, if we're going to change, add, delete, has to come from something else. So there's a certain amount of a zero sum at this point in the process because we've presented a balanced notebook. But it's an excellent effort. It's very specific and transparent, and I think it's probably the best notebook yet. So without further ado, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Madam Chair, fellow board members, Mr. Superintendent, it is my pleasure, as always, to be with you this morning, and especially on my favorite topic. So, as if permission to pass out the
yes, please.
Items.
We appreciate you and Mr. Parker dressing alike today, too. Thank you.
I'm wearing my question mark tie, too. As you're getting your notebooks, I'll make a couple of comments that Deputy Superintendent Adams made as well, and that is we have been following a timeline that you have approved and given us a year plus to prepare this. So we do feel very confident that the contents are well researched and appropriately placed. The PowerPoints that we've given to you in the past shows that in September of 2016, we would provide you with a finalized proposed project list. So that's our purpose for being here today. And then hopefully in October, you'll be looking at approving the resolution. So the first section in your notebook is the resolution, and that is Mr. Doyle's responsibility, and he's working on that with us to make sure it's appropriately placed and in order. So you don't have that, of course, today, because that is the very last thing that becomes a finalized product for you. So we'll have that for you by October. The second item is the enrollment trends, and as Deputy Superintendent Adams did state, that we've had a enrollment study, and we work on that yearly as requested by the superintendent. So you can see here what we've basically placed is one sheet of paper that shows the FTE for 14-15 when we started this, and then a 5-year out showing that there's growth in the district, and the numbers coming in this coming year show that there is significant growth in the district, which is obviously a compliment to everyone in the district and the hard work that they do. The next item or the next section is the program summary, and you can see that we have projected through our economists and 2 different economists and they kind of complemented one another, and we felt real good about their comments and their forecasting. So we're at $759 million over a 5-year period. I've been highlighting the fact that this is a heavy SPLOST program on new construction and additions and modifications. So you'll see that those top 2 categories basically represent right at 50% of the revenue expenditures. At the last board meeting, I read to you the list of the major projects. I don't know that I need to read them to you again today, but you can see in the next 2 sections are the new schools, which are the elementary and the middle. And then there are additions and modifications, and that list has not changed from last month. So it's identical to what I read to you before. We've been pretty consistent with that and very confident that those are the right projects. So you can see those, and then we'll move on into the infrastructure, and Mr. Parker will be doing that part of your awareness. And then we can take questions at the end, but we're kind of speculating that what you need is time to review this book and look over items, and then we'll be available for comments and questions as the month progresses. But obviously we'd take them now, but we think that this is a 200-plus page notebook and that you need time to review it. But thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, James. First of all, it's a privilege to be here today. We have worked long and arduous to do this task. It certainly has been a challenge to try to accommodate 114 schools. But I think we've got a great program here, and certainly it's not everything for everyone, but it's a lot for many. And so we appreciate your review, and we'll be glad to answer questions at a later date. The infrastructure area that James was talking about is something we've talked about in the past. It's certainly critical. We do work hand in hand, as Mr. Adams said, with our maintenance department to look at our priorities where we have infrastructure issues. I will share with you that in this area, just to name a few, I think we have 21 flooring projects, about 15 schools for HVAC, 14 roofs, 13 restroom upgrades, some canopies, various painting projects, electronic message boards. So there's a whole host and a variety of areas that we cover with this infrastructure that you will see as you delve into some of the other areas. The next section is the area that we've talked about with you all frequently, and that's the safety, security, and support summary. As you all know, we met directly with all of our departments with regard to public safety and the transportation department, the various folks that help support the teachers. As Mr. Rashdale says, often there are people who teach in our district who support those who teach. Well, this is the areas that support those that teach, and we try to accommodate all their needs as well. There's a nice list of a couple of pages there of various and sundry areas that have been covered here as well as normally in past PLOS, so I don't think those will be of any surprise to you. The next section is the academic and technology summary. Very heavy in this area. Obviously, technology continues to change sometimes I think daily. But certainly that is something we want to keep up with in our schools, as well as the academic and the curriculum-based areas that Mary Elizabeth and all of her folks are very adept at. So we want to continue to update and upgrade the various means of learning resources in that area too. The last section, obviously, is the most lengthy. That's the list of 114 schools in our district. I will tell you again that the emphasis in this SPLOST, as Mr. Wilson has indicated, is in the building of schools, additions, and modifications. However, each of these schools will get something. I will tell you that the focus here is on safety and security, paramount in our society today. It's also very focused on academic and then technology. So you will find the list of items in those schools that are heavily weighted in those areas because we feel like that's the most appropriate for this particular SPLOST. So with that, I think Mr. Wilson indicated that we certainly expect you to look through this 228-page document, and then we will be prepared to try to address some of your questions at a later date. Mr. Wilson, do you want to conclude?
Well, I would just add, too, for today, if there's any discussion, I know that we have done things differently this year. One of the things that we did add were 3 separate community input forums so that we could hear from the communities. We had in different parts of the county so that it was convenient for the citizens to attend. And again, that was a two-way street. It was to educate those that came on exactly what SPLOST was. And again, as we started out today, make sure that people understand exactly what Education SPLOST is and who it benefits. I would be remiss if I did not say again that the property owners in Cobb County are so very fortunate that the school district has no debt, no long-term debt. There are not too many other districts in the nation that can say that. And SPLOST is just a very, very important aspect to that of what allows us to remain debt-free, because without SPLOST, the only other option for building schools or doing capital projects are bonds. And certainly that is 100% on the shoulders of property owners. With SPLOST, again, it doesn't matter what percentage, some percentage of the revenue coming into this school district is being contributed by those that do not live inside Cobb County. And then we anticipate as the Braves Stadium opens next year, we're all hoping for a better record, of course, but assuming that better record comes, we can certainly anticipate things like the All-Star game being held at SunTrust Park, and that will be a huge benefit for SPLOST in Cobb County. So SPLOST is just very important to the school district. I know I'm preaching to the choir up here, but I'm mainly preaching to the audience outside watching, but it's ultimately important to the school district and to the communities that allows us to have, as you'll see in this notebook, we mentioned technology. Just about every single item that you see is a refresh of technology. So it's not something new. It's just refreshing what we have out there. Same thing with a lot of the things that you see in the curriculum aspect of it as well. Learning resources, for example, are funded by SPLOST. And then you get into the facilities. It's that time of year that we replace the artificial turf. And that has been just a significant improvement for all 16 high schools as the turf provides a safe environment, but it also provides one that is not costly to the school because the schools were responsible for the upkeep of that field. So again, it's about savings. as well as refreshing and also new facilities that we have. And because of demographics studies that we're doing now and updating annually, we're able to operate on real-time data, and certainly South Cobb and Smyrna are slated to experience some significant growth, and SPLOST allows us to not only anticipate that, but also find remedies for that so that we can make sure that we house students appropriately. So if anybody has any discussion points or any questions that we can answer, we'd be glad to do so.
Okay. First, will you touch on the timeline now that this has been presented? What happens from here?
Absolutely. So this, again, is the final draft of the project list. So the board and the school and the communities and facilities and technology committee will be able to go through this list. But it's basically a list that has come about from all of those people I just listed having input into the formulation and creation of this list. So now that the list is in final draft form, it is balanced, so it's very similar to our budget process that we go through, to where you're presented with a balanced budget, and then once it's voted on, it becomes finalized. So we will ask the board to vote in October on the resolution. And when the board votes on the resolution, the project list will be sealed, if you will, or finalized. And then once that happens, assuming the board votes in the majority to approve the resolution, then it will go before the voters in March of 2017. I believe the date is March 17th? 21st. March 21st. Of 2017, so next March, and then assuming that the SPLOST program passes, then we will have some runway to start planning the projects, especially the construction projects that we want to come out of the gate first with, so that we can be able to have them shovel ready come January of 2019.
Great, thank you. Mr. Scamahorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just have a couple overall questions for benefit of our public and for review. And Mr. Ragsdale mentioned the Braves. If we had a more than optimistic collection of revenue, are we allowed to keep that? Like we're projecting $759 million. If we hit the 759 and at the 4-year point, are we allowed to continue collecting revenues?
I'm going to give a different answer than you, but support your answer. So,
you are not. So this is an initiative that you go to the voters and you have a certain amount, and if that is exceeded, the voters need to know that that money doesn't just go into the general fund, for instance. There's really a check down in the statute of what that money could go to. One is to retire long-term debt of the school district, and for school districts that don't have long-term debt, it would go to a millage rate reduction for the general public.
Okay, but we would still be collecting to the end of the 5-year point, and then we would buy down the millage rate.
The SPLOST will terminate at such time as the number is reached.
So in addition to his answer, which is correct, what you could do if you collected your entire amount in 4 years, as you suggested, you'd start your SPLOST a year early. You'd start the next one. You'd have another vote at the end of 4 years instead of 5.
Okay. And then when do we anticipate this being on the on our web page for the public to review? Today. So we're not going to wait until we vote on it, which is fine with me, but today's okay.
Yeah, that has been the previous practice that we have done, is put the actually last SPLOST, for SPLOST 4, we put each iteration of the notebook online. We changed that this year because that just became very confusing. People were referencing a previous iteration, perhaps before it changed, to the next version. So this is the final draft. So this will be the final draft that's presented unless there are changes made. And then those will be produced prior to and made available to the public prior to the board vote in October.
Okay. And then my final comment / I guess more of a comment is at the bottom of every page in the footnote, all budgetary cost or planning estimates. That this is a planning document, not a absolute document, correct?
That is a great response. Yes, this is a planning document. That resolution becomes very important to you when you vote on that. This is a planning document to serve our community and you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Parker. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Banks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to concentrate on the revenue side. At Splash 4, we originally estimated $717 million, but the legislators threw a curveball at us and reduced our car tax by approximately, I believe, around $12 million a year. So that reduced our projected revenues way down. So we're not going to meet the $717 million for Splash 4. Taking that into consideration, my calculations is the growth of tax revenue expected is about 7 to 8% starting in 2019 through 2023. That seems low to me. Can you comment on how that number, 759, was derived?
Well, we can. We use what we believe is the most sound method of determining that number, with the understanding that we're looking to calculate a number starting in 2019, going through 2024. And if you talk history for just a minute, you will have opportunities to say this affected the economy greatly during that time, and you gave a good example of that, and there's multiple others. So what we did this time is we used the state economist as we have used before. We used the Kennesaw state economist as we have used before. We used them both. What made us feel much better is that their calculations and their projections were pretty close. So that gives us a little stronger feeling that trying to project out 7 years is as accurate as we were going to come. So we feel comfortable with that number. And plus, to your point, Mr. Banks, we took their number and then we bumped it 5% to try to provide ourselves with a cushion that we thought, because we do think that the Braves are going to win the World Series in the next year or two, and those kind of things are going to happen. So we do feel comfortable that that number is probably either accurate or maybe a little low, so we bumped it 5%.
Well, let's take, for instance, let's say the revenue we project of 7 to 8% increase from Splash 4 actually comes out to 10 or more. So that's adding another, what, $70 million? Well, no, to about $20 million. If we designate, I realize that the revenue and the expenditures are balanced, but if we set up a category of contingency and we say rather than 759, we're going to go up to 769 with $10 million in contingency, would that not be a wise step to take?
Well, I think so, and we've actually already done that. That 5% I'm talking about is what we categorized as undesignated classrooms. So the 5% in addition to what the economists projected, we took that dollar figure and listed it as undesignated classrooms, because if that growth comes in, if that additional money comes in, then we want to be able to spend it on classrooms that maybe we didn't actually project at this time as being where they needed to be. So it gives us a little push, like you're projecting and stating, and it also gives us an opportunity to disperse those funds in a more appropriate way, maybe in 2022-23.
But back to Mr. Scammahorn's point is, are we too low on our revenue projection? Should we increase, if you want to use classroom as a contingency, I would say let's have a contingency so that the board can make some decisions later on. on how to use that extra money. I would, to Mr. Scammahorn's point, if we reach $759 million in the 4.5 years of the splash duration, there's a 6-month period there. There's no revenue coming in. So I'd rather be on the high side from the revenue standpoint, and if we meet that, fine. If we don't, we have a contingency that we can say, okay, we didn't have the money to fund this contingency, so it just disappears.
So we can certainly, we can put the number, if the board wants to, the number of $759 million, we can change that. And if that happens, then that would bump up whatever number you change it to. That's going into an. But now here's the caveat I'll say to that. While it will give the board some discrepancy as to, okay, what would those additional funds be able to be used for, it would still have to be classrooms. So it's not like we can go out and say, we want to buy, 500 extra school buses because it's not undesignated classrooms. So if we put that money in undesignated classrooms, then the purpose of it, and rightfully so, would be, okay, if we experience growth in another area that was not anticipated. I'll give you a good example of that. If we had undesignated classroom in SPLOS 4, and if the revenues had come in above what we forecasted, then we would be in a situation to where we could have addressed King Springs now. So, because King Springs, we've got split between King Springs and Brown, right? We didn't anticipate King Springs being that overcrowded in SPLOST 4 because, again, we were 6 years back, correct? So then we would have some funds to be able to address the King Springs situation without having to wait on SPLOST 5. So that's kind of an example of how that would come to be.
Well, the King Springs was never in the numbers to begin with, correct? Splash 4 ourselves. If we put a category of contingency, it's undesignated, but it's contingency into the notebook. Then, if we meet the more than what we projected, then we can use that money. The board can use that money. If we don't meet it, then it just disappears. So we're not cutting ourselves. I'm concerned about cutting ourselves too short because I think the economy is going to be better than what maybe the projection is. But just to be on the safe side, and we have nothing to lose if we do that.
And one point, the areas that are growing indicate we still, like they're more at the elementary level, and correct me, Mr. Wilson, if I'm wrong on this, but we still have quite a few, almost enough to make up another elementary school in the Smyrna area from the growth, and that's where some of these undesignated classrooms will come in to help. For example, we did the addition on Teasley, which is in Mr. Sweeney's area, but we did the 20 classroom addition, wasn't that right, 20? And it's overcrowded now. So, and we don't have anything in there for that. So if it went into undesignated, that might not be a bad idea. Undesignated classrooms.
Like I say, if we do it with just an undesignated contingency and we don't meet our revenue projections, then we've lost nothing. But if we do meet our revenue projections, then we've gained. And like I say, I think the economy is going to be better than what a lot of people think. But, legally, I think we're on solid ground. So I would say, let's put a number in there for contingency and, let's amend the notebook accordingly.
Mr. Doyle.
Madam Chair, if it's okay, I might just take the discussion and maybe get with Mr. Wilson and we can kind of look at projections, legalities, and get back to you all. I think it'd be one course we could take here.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, one other question. On page, well, let me see what tab it is. academic technology summary on page 2. Can you elaborate more on the robotics lab? What does that mean? Are we going to have one or multiple designated areas?
It would be one robotics lab per high school.
Per high school? It's going to be physically in the high school? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back to something that Chris said when he was giving his initial comments. What is like so, I think to all of us, but I will express this, what has been really important in this process has been communication. And I think it was stated that this was the first time that we had meetings. Now, the proof is in the pudding. Sometimes you get big institutions that have meetings to just walk, to just as a formality, what they're going to already do. But what I have seen, I'm going back to the communication, not necessarily what's in the notebook. What I saw was that input was genuinely received. Like it wasn't a situation where we just walked in there and said, hey, here it is, take it, vote for it, we know what we're doing. And one of the things in the notebook speaks to that. Initially, what was being proposed was a 9th grade center for Pebblebrook High School. But after getting feedback from the people in that community, through these, I would, and a part of that was the community forum, that changed. So I say all of that to say, I like to give credit where credit is due, and if something is not right, I like to call that out. But you have to give credit where credit is due, that these meetings were valuable, the public was able to give meaningful feedback, and I have to give credit to the superintendent and to you two gentlemen and entire staff for really going more than an extra mile in terms of formulating this notebook and also genuinely getting feedback from the community.
Excellent point, Mr. Morgan. Thank you. Could I ask another question? And I've kind of touched on this with Mr. Wilson a little bit, but the two high schools that are showing significant growth, Pebblebrook and Campbell, and we have some fairly extensive additions to those schools, but the cafeteria is not mentioned. And we know that I know at Campbell it's already a little bit taxed in that situation now. So would that be included in these? We will upgrade any of the facilities there that would need to be upgraded to accommodate this additional growth.
Any construction project you have on an existing campus, if you exceed the requirements for bathrooms, cafeteria, media center, you automatically put that within the construction project. You are required to do that by state Board of Education law.
So is that included in the funding then that you've already accounted for?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
If it is needed, then
It'll be
it's
there.
automatically in there, yes.
Okay.
And that was all research, yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure you are already on this, but one of the things is the coordination that we have to have with Marietta City School System and the Memorandum of Understanding. So from a timing standpoint, how does that look?
We didn't put our typical PowerPoint up today, and we probably made a mistake in not doing that. But on the second page of the planning timeline, in October, the board would approve with Marietta City moving forward with the SPLOST as you do your resolution. And in this morning's paper, they had their board meeting maybe yesterday and had those same kind of discussions. So we've been communicating with Marietta City pretty routinely, and we're on board and track to meet that timeline that we put out.
Okay. Second item is door hardware. I've had some people mention, for example, when we did the addition at Teasley Elementary School, that all of the new doors there are lever action doors, and that the preponderance of door hardware that we have throughout the district are door knobs. But the more important thing is that from a safety standpoint, they're not lockable. Many of them are not lockable from the inside of the classroom. And so I'm wondering if that's something that's going to be addressed down the road.
Yeah, so I can jump in on this a little bit. It's actually a requirement that to get out of a classroom that you don't have to do anything except turn the knob or use the handle. So for those that are not able to be locked from within, they lock automatically. Now, the challenge that we've had, and you see that one of the options one of the projects on every single school's page is security improvements, interior, and security improvements, exterior. We are looking at actually rekeying the entire district. We have, as you know, as logic would dictate, when you have different locks and different keys and these kind of things, as you've added, as you've changed, as you've moved, the situation of the appropriate people having the appropriate keys to the appropriate locations is really non-existent. So that's one of the biggest security improvements that we can do in this district is rekey the entire district. And you're talking millions of dollars. So, you know, when you say we're going to change the locks out, it sounds very simple and really a mundane project, but is a very, very complex and extensive project. But to your point, even when the handles are different, the hardware is different, that presents a unique situation as far as making sure you've got security.
All right, and then the last item, and you hit on this just a moment ago, Mr. Wilson, it's regarding the restrooms, for example. And specifically, I'll just talk about Dickerson Middle School. There's a shortage of bathrooms there today for the current student population, and then we have a classroom addition that's proposed. So the likelihood is that they'll get additional bathrooms for the space that's being added, and yet the current quantity of bathrooms is insufficient. So how is something like that to be addressed?
And it's a good question, by the way. And the architect would come in and tell us that, and then we would, Mr. Parker's division would instruct the architect to correct it and make it right. Okay. But we would ask an architect to validate with some of the state requirements to make sure it's.
And I think what has happened is I think as the school, you know, and perhaps the requirements weren't as stringent or something, and there may have been an addition without additional bathrooms, for example, or maybe that addition fell below the threshold that required the addition of bathrooms. But now that the enrollment has increased, there is a shortage of restrooms at the facility. So, and I'm sure Dickerson's probably not alone in that regard. Thank you.
Let me ask another clarifying, since we know that this is more a long-range project. So some of our schools that have problems now, let's say if a school had a mold problem or they had leaks, we're not waiting to fix those in SPLOST. Is that correct? We would be dealing with those now. Is that correct?
Sure. Yes, ma'am. It certainly is. Our as you know, Mr. Carlson heads up the maintenance group, and they receive maintenance work orders from the principals, from the schools. And that is the appropriate way to address those current conditions, is to submit a maintenance work order and let our maintenance department go out and assess that and correct that.
Great. So we would never leave kids in a classroom with mold in it without addressing that immediately. Is that correct?
Absolutely not.
Let me chime in there. You're exactly right, Ms. Thayer. We meet weekly with all the operations folks together, and I have Mr. Parker literally across the table from our head of maintenance, James Carlson, and they communicate regularly, and if we see any acute issues or needs that need to be addressed right away, especially if they involve student safety or health, then we act on those immediately.
And particularly coming from my area where we have a lot of old schools, and the older we get, the more maintenance is required for all of us. So, that's a critical point that we stay up with that also. So thank you.
It also, let's not, again, miss the forest for the trees, right? We have over 120 facilities. So when we have significant events like rain, significant rain, we're going to have some problems in some facility. And then maintenance, like you said, James Carlson gets a crew out there to remediate that. Anytime that, and correct me if I'm wrong, John, but anytime that we have had an accusation or suspicion of mold, we do an indoor air quality test. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, but every single test that we have conducted, and we don't do it ourselves, we have a third party do it, has come back negative. So there is the fear of mold, and rightfully so, because there's been significant events where people have become very sick because of mold, and we take that very seriously. So when there is the suspicion of that, or somebody says, hey, there's mold, we do an external third-party testing group comes in, does an indoor air quality test, we get the results back, and we do whatever they say needs to be done to remediate that. We've done that in the past. We continue to do that moving forward.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Scammahorn, I believe you had a question next.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. But could I defer? I've spoken once. I'll defer and let the others speak.
All right, Mr. Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious with this thing we got from Murdoch. Has this been addressed already, or is this on the to be fixed, or because it's not in the project book, correct?
We've received only one work order request from Murdoch regarding leaks this school year, but I'll have our maintenance folks follow up immediately following this meeting.
Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To that point, a third party does it. A third party does it, and then I'm sure that a principal is say, hey, this is what we found out. We communicate that to the principal. Right. What I feel like the disconnect is, because sometimes I get some of those same emails, is that I don't know how well that's being communicated to the people that's bringing the issue. That we've done, the third party has done it, things of that nature. And I think it's important that we consider, or that the principal is more intentional in saying, hey, this was checked, this is what was found out, things of that nature, because you have people bringing back the same issues, and as John alluded to, we could have handled that 3 months ago. But I feel like there's a disconnect between the principal and communicating that to maybe the people that brought it, or to the school, so that they see that we are timely, prompt, and that we do take this stuff seriously.
Right. Dissemination of information is always the hard part. Mr. Scammahorn.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, on the Mr. Ragsdale mentioned a number of additions in SPLOST 4 that went out on the internet a few years back. With the notebook, thank you. And the reason for that, there was some issues going on during that time with the board, and to Mr. Sweeney's credit, and I've spoke to this before, that he took the lead to put SPLOST 4, and they didn't have the lead time that we're asking the public for now. In fact, he was, and Mr. Sweeney, correct me if I'm wrong, he was right up against the wall as the chair at the time to get that SPLOST done and to get it through to the best to his ability. The other thing that I guess as a refresher, the board is here to make tough decisions as the SPLOST progresses. Case in point is Teasley. That money was not originally in for SPLOST 4 for the extra 10 classrooms. As I understand it, the SPLOST said 10, but the board saw a need right then that just as the construction was to begin, that 10 was not going to be sufficient enough. So we made the tough choices at the time. So that's what we're here for. So planning is important, but you can't plan for every contingency. Finally, did you want, and let
me respond to that, because it goes back to your previous point that you made about reading the comment at the bottom of every page. That comment exists because of situations like Teasley. If we didn't have that comment on the page and we had put in the notebook that we're going to build a 10 classroom addition at Teasley, it didn't matter what. And again, at that point in time, we were operating on not accurate demographic data, because it was 8 years old at the time. So when we got real data and realized, okay, look, Teasley, if we build a 10 classroom addition, it's going to be overcrowded when we walk in the door. And we still have the issue of not having appropriate land utilization for portable units. So to your point, had we not had the comment at the page, we couldn't have made the change because the conditions changed, requiring a change in scope of that project. So that's why that comment exists on the bottom of the page, for exactly that. If we have something that catches us by surprise that we did not plan for, that's why that's there. This is a planning document. Now, that's not to say, though, because, again, we got to remember we have to educate the public as well and inform them as well. That's not to say you can come up in the middle of SPLOST and say, oh, we forgot to build a baseball field at, King Springs Elementary School. You can't do that because that project wasn't in the notebook. Now, changes in environment and variables and those kind of things can influence and cause you to have to modify the scope of an existing project that's listed in the notebook. But that's not to say you can just come up and create a project out of thin air that's not listed in the notebook. That does not cover us to do that. But to your point, that's why that comment is there.
Mr. Scanlon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ragsdale. My final comment, and if you want to comment on it, is you have come up with $759 million in a very constructive, methodical way. And I would be, speaking as a board member, I would be leery of us just coming up with a higher figure with no substantial foundation to do that. And I would just say that if we can just come up with whatever figure we want, and I know Mr. Doyle said that we have to look at the legalities, then if that's the case, why don't we just bump it all the way up to 800 million, 900 million, So we need to be prudent, I believe, with how we're projecting the use of taxpayers, our customers' money, and trying to be conservative in what we're asking them to give. And I would just leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good point, Mr. Scanlon. Thank you. All right, thank you. I know this represents a great deal of work from all of your standpoints, maintenance, our principals, school councils, F&T committee. So many people have been involved in it, so we really appreciate this. Thank you. Any other comments?
Madam Chair, I would be remiss if I did not recognize a member of our staff. She was mentioned earlier, but I would like to recognize Daphne Griffin, who is truly, James and I have called upon her hour after hour after hour in the past year, and she has gone above and beyond the call of duty. So, Daphne, thank you very much for your contribution. So, thank you.
All right, thank you all. Appreciate it. All right, Mr. Superintendent, do we have time to do your last item? Or
Yes,
should it
ma'am. I think
wait?
we do, Madam Chair, members of the board. I want to ask John Adams to come and bring us this. Literally, this is like a 5 to 7 minute update on teaks and leaks.
Good morning again. Thank you for allowing me to use the other part of my brain, the Chief Human Resources Officer brain. In 5 to 7 minutes, I want to give you very briefly a 10,000-foot overview of the positive changes in teaks and leaks, particularly in teaks, focusing on our teachers, that have resulted from SB 364. As we said before, Cobb County Schools is lucky to have its former longtime board member and chair, Senator Lindsay Tippins, as a tremendous advocate for students across the state, but particularly in Cobb County. And SB 364 resulted in a number of extremely positive changes for our teachers and students as a result of Senator Tippins' efforts. So we are very thankful to him. Essentially, SB 364 has resulted in a number of positive changes. I think there's probably still some more work to do to make it completely perfect, but it was multiple steps in the right direction. First of all, it decreases the use of test scores in terms of their weight for teacher evaluations. You may recall that our Teacher Keys effectiveness system, TEAKS, is made up of 3 components. Pardon me. The biggest chunk is still teacher assessment on performance standards, TAPS, we call that. That are observations and documentations that those of you who are former school administrators, you'll be most familiar with that. That's now 50%. Professional growth is 20% of a teacher's overall rating, and student growth, as measured by some sort of growth measurement, either student growth percentiles in courses that have SGPs or courses that don't have SGPs, what used to be just SLOs, but now we can use other measurements as well, that's down to 30%. So a decreased emphasis on test scores. Obviously, we think that there will always be some sort of accountability involved, and there should be in teacher evaluation, but we see that reduction as a positive move. Also, we have more local flexibility as a result of 364 in TEKS and LEAKS. We no longer are reliant on having to just use SLOs for courses that don't have measurements like the milestones. We now can use a significant number of locally developed measures. For example, the SRA we could use. So that allows us to be nimble enough to choose the right thing for the right measurement and not be over-reliant on SLOs. That's an improvement. Great deal more local flexibility all over the results of 364. There's also a decreased burden, although we still have to give a significant number of assessments. We are able to see a decrease, for example, in the number of SLOs, and that's a good thing. Probably the most important improvement in 364 as it affects TEKS is a decreased burden on administrators and teachers to do as many evaluations. There's now essentially a two-tiered system of the evaluations in terms of TAPS. Teachers with 0 to 3 years still have the old system of 2 30-minute formative observations and 4 10-minute walkthroughs. But teachers who've received satisfactory evaluations, ratings of 3s or 4s, and who haven't changed, say, from middle school to elementary school, haven't changed districts, that are basically in the same place, teachers with more than 3 years experience. Now we have more flexibility, and in Cobb, we are doing 2 30-minute formative observations. So that's a significant reduction for a good chunk of our teachers, and the walkthroughs are still optional. We think, of course, that still is satisfactory for us to observe these teachers who've already proven themselves over time in the classroom. And then probably the most important change in terms of TEKS and LEAKS for 364 was just a significant injection of common sense. Students now, for example, if students are not present 90% of the instructional time in a course, they no longer count against that teacher. So that will help us in terms of our discussion previously about transiency. And that makes sense. We shouldn't judge teachers based on a child who wasn't there the vast majority of the time. So generally very good things. Very, very briefly in terms of the Leadership Keys instrument, LEAKS, for our administrators. As of now, that is 30% what we call leader assessment on performance standards, or LAPS. That's goal setting and documentation and practice. It's kind of hard to observe an administrator the same way you can observe a teacher, but that's 30%. Student growth is 40% using the mean school growth percentile. School climate survey is now 10%, but instead of using a LEAKS specific survey, we're now going to use the CCRPI school climate star rating survey as required by the state. That means that we're going to essentially count that twice. We'll use it for CCRPI and then also as 10% of the principal's evaluation. In Cobb, we will still use some sort of staff survey, though, because we think there's some value in allowing our teachers to anonymously be surveyed about their specific individual administrators. That's useful for us, but for the evaluation, it's the CCRPI School Climate Star Rating Survey for 10%. And then finally, there's a combination of additional data, 20%, achievement gap reduction, beat the odds, and some other CCRPI data that make up the administrator's evaluation. But in general, much less burdensome, much more common sense, less reliance on test scores, and while still a burden in terms of testing, less of one. So some large steps in the right direction, and we're cautiously optimistic there may be some further steps in that direction coming forward. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you for that good news, and it's rare indeed to hear of application of common sense. So thank you. Questions, comments? Mr. Sweeney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Adams, just a quick question. We know that the CCRPI has changed year to year. Is there any prospect of stability in that index, or do we know?
I hope so. It would be much easier if they would stop moving the cheese. So we are hopeful that they will leave it alone at least for a few years. It is difficult to compare, impossible to compare schools from one year to the next on CCRPI when the makeup keeps changing. And it's tough for our administrators to predict where they need to go. They talk about Wayne Gretzky, and they once asked Wayne Gretzky why he was such a good hockey player. And he said, I didn't skate to where the puck was, I skated to where the puck was going. It's hard for us to know where the puck is going. So we hope that that will be the case.
Mr. Chastain?
Mr. Adams, you mentioned the CRPI and they, and just for the record, who is they, please?
For CCRPI, it begins with the feds and then trickles down through the state. But the CCRPI is a construct that we are required to deal with, essentially coming from the state, but ultimately initiated by the feds.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Morgan?
Yes, thank you for the update, John. The question that I have is, I was furiously taking notes as you were speaking. You said for teachers, student growth has decreased to 30%. Is that correct?
Decreased.
Decreased to 30%. But right now, we're not using test scores, right?
Right now, we're still in a phase-in period while they're working out the kinks on how exactly to calculate and implement student growth. Right now in Cobb, we are only using the TAPS score, but at some point in the future, and they keep pushing that date back, but at some point in the future, there will be a full-blown LEM score or TEM score, teacher effectiveness measure, where the student growth percentage will count, but it does not count this year.
So we're using TAPS and professional growth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The same true for principals, LAPS? Well, everything with the exception of the student growth, the 40%, everything else is what's being used?
Yes, sir.
For principals. Just make sure I have this correct. If I'm 0 to 3 years, I have 2 30-minute observations and 4 10-minute walkthroughs. If I've earned a 3 or 4, not if I earned 3 or 4. If I'm 3 years or more and I have satisfactory standing, then it's 2 30-minute observations. Is it a situation where you have to do one in the fall semester and one in the spring, or can you just do both of them? Say, hey.
We've asked our principals to do one each semester, one announced, typically announced in the fall and unannounced in the spring. And this is a minimum. There can be more. If a principal detects, say they go into a classroom second semester, things are going fine first semester, but they detect a behavior management problem, they can do more, but that's our minimum.
Final question. You said 3 components. Maybe these were the 3 components: the TAPS, professional growth, and student growth. Or did you say there are 3 components under TAPS?
Well, the whole thing, the Teacher Keys Effectiveness System, generates something called the TEM, Teacher Effectiveness Measure. And that's composed of the TAPS, which is the 50% piece that's the teacher assessment on performance standards. And then the other pieces are the student growth, which is 30%, and the professional growth, which is 20%.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions, thank you, Mr. Adams.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, now we will entertain a motion to have lunch and go into executive session to cover
Personnel.
Okay. So personnel and an appeal. Do we have any land or legal? Legal. Okay, well, that's legal, right. Okay. All right, is there a motion? Mr. Sweeney, Mr. Scammahorn, second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. We're adjourned. Let's see, so we need 30 minutes for that, so recess to executive session. Thank you. We're not adjourned, right? No, we're coming back. So do y'all think an hour covers it, or think we can be back in an hour? Okay, so we'll return about 12:30. Thank you. Thank you. Do we have a motion to reconvene from executive session? Mr. Sweeney moved, Mr. Chastain second. Those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. And I believe in the matter of the student discipline case, Mr. Scamahorn, you have a motion for us?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Concerning the issue, I move that the board uphold the determination of the Student Disciplinary Tribunal as discussed in executive session.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second, Mr. Sweeney. All those in favor, thank you. All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Scamhorn. Okay, that brings us to item number 6, board agenda items. Mr. Ragsdale.
Well, do we want to go ahead and have the personnel?
Oh, thank you.
Let's go ahead and let John Adams bring the personnel action items required after executive session.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm pleased to present the Human Resources Personnel Report for September 14th. The administration recommends the approval of the identified employment actions of those individuals listed on the Personnel Action Report as discussed in executive session. We do not have any principal level or higher position recommendations, so that concludes the Personnel Report.
Thank you. Mr. Sweeney.
Madam Chair, I make a recommendation that we accept the Superintendent's Personnel Action Report as presented.
Mr. Banks seconds. Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Again, unanimous. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Adams. We appreciate it. Thank you. Now, board agenda items.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair, members of the board. Agenda item number 1 is the monthly occurrence of properties needing disposed of per District Administrative Rule DO-R. The board has received the list electronically as per procedure.
Thank you. Is everyone comfortable with consent? All right, that moves to the consent agenda. Item 2.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm going to ask Dr. Gregory Ewing to come forward and bring agenda item number 2.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent. Today, the superintendent is recommending to the board the approval of the Georgia Department of Education 21st Century Learning Center grant. The board and the superintendent are required by the Georgia DOE to acknowledge receipt of the grant and grant funding. I'm happy to report to the board today that $515,721 have been received by the district for the purpose of competitive grants written and secured by schools within the district. These funds are already secured and encumbered in accordance with provisions of the grants written by CCSD local schools. For this particular grant, the funds received are in the 3rd year of a 5-year grant award period. We are pleased to report that the Georgia DOE awarded funding as follows. Campbell High School, Spartan Diplomat Academy, Board Post 2, Mrs. Thayer, in the amount of $166,028 with the purpose of addressing the lagging achievement in the areas of math, language arts, and science, with a special emphasis on students with disabilities and English language learners through teacher-led tutoring and technology assistance after school. Students will receive exposure to new and engaging STEM modules with access to hands-on activities after school. This grant was written and earned by the faculty and staff of Campbell High School. Reach for the Stars program, Baker Elementary School, Ackworth Intermediate School, and Barber Middle School, Board Post number 1, Mr. Scamahorn, in the amount of $349,693 with the purpose of addressing 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students at the 2 elementary schools and 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students at Barber Middle School, either before or after school in a program providing homework support, academic and culturally enriched activities, and also opportunities for literacy-related educational development for families. Some of the activities offered include science, math, book club, Lego robotics, karate, sewing, cooking, international studies, archery, and journalism. This grant was written and earned by the administration and faculty of the 3 schools, Baker, Ackworth Intermediate, and Barber. Madam Chair, in closing, all schools with 40% or more of students enrolled in the free and reduced lunch program were eligible to apply, and the superintendent wishes to bring to the board's attention the achievements of the administration, faculty, and staff of the schools mentioned above for board consideration and acknowledging receipt of the funds. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board.
Thank you, Dr. Ewing. That's quite a chunk of change there. That's nice. Great. Do we have a motion? I mean consent. Oh, okay, Mr. Scammahorn. Sorry.
Oh, thank you. My question was, Madam Chair, and it may be directed to Mr. Ragsdale. Because the amounts are so large, would we like to should we have this on a discussion item only to get read again as far as the acknowledgement of how much money, or is this something we can, I would recommend consent then if Mr.
Okay.
Ragsdale.
So we have a consent. Is there a second for consent? Mr. Banks, I believe, was the first one to second that. So all in favor of consent agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. We'll go on consent then. Thank you, Dr. Ewing.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, third item, Mr. Ragsdale.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the board, asked Dr. Mary Elizabeth Davis to come and bring this agenda item number 3.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent. Today I present the superintendent's recommendation for approval of the local plan for vocational education and the one-year funding application for FY 2017. This is a state requirement to acknowledge receipt of federal funds through the Perkins Grant.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Mr. Scammahorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is also applicable to this. Is this okay, I would recommend that it's consent.
Consent. Okay, so we have a motion for consent. Is there a second? Mr. Banks, all those in favor of consent agenda, raise your hand. Okay, thank you, Dr. Davis. Unanimous on that one. All right, thank you.
We'll go to the rules.
Yes, please.
Ask Mr. Darrell York to come forward and bring us the rule modifications.
Madam Chair, Mr. Superintendent, members of the board, you've had some administrative rules for 10-day review. Here just to entertain any questions you might have.
Are there any questions?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so do we have approval of the agenda? Do we have a motion to accept our 3 items on the consent agenda? Mr. Sweeney was recommended that, and Mr. Chastain second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. Our agenda is set for our next meeting. Okay, did we cover everything? I think that, all right, that brings us to board member comments. Mr. Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to recognize a couple of our post-7 school counselors. Yesterday at Kemp, I had the honor of attending the School Advisory Council meeting, and Counselor Jenny Briggs went over school counseling goals and data review, and the things that they're doing with the students there. They're really making success and a difference with their students. They're really showing good things at Kemp Elementary. And at Harrison, congratulations go out to Counselor Dawn Mann. She's been selected as a top 5 finalist for the American School Counselors Association Counselor of the Year. She was previously the 2014 Cobb County School Counselor of the Year, and in 2015, the Georgia School Semifinalist Counselor of the Year. So we've got some excellent school counselors doing great things in our West Cobb schools, and very appreciated.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan. Okay. Mr. Ragsdale, would you like to go next?
Sure. Just want to give a shout out again that it's that time of year when we're starting up Cobb Tank. I know that we informed the board of that, and it was a tremendous success last year. So we're starting that process again, and we're just real excited about that because again it helps us to get the teachers involved in the IE² process. And be able for them to be able to sell their proposal to the tank, to the Sharks, and be able to actually see monetary reward for their proposal should they get awarded that award, and then it goes directly to the affecting academic success in our classrooms for our students and our teachers. So it's a tremendous opportunity for our teachers to be able to be directly involved, and it's just an exciting procedure that we do in Cobb that nobody else does. So congratulations, and looking forward to that again.
Thank you. I'd just like to commend all of our principals. I think we have the hardest working group of principals, and if we didn't have that, our schools would really suffer. So I appreciate everything that you do. And high school principals now and assistant principals, we're in the middle of football season. That makes your Fridays awfully long, and we appreciate the extra effort you put in those areas and know how grueling your schedules are at this time of year. So we appreciate everything that you do for our students. It means a lot. And I'd also like to commend Connie Jackson. She is religiously here with us, but she's also at so many community meetings. I had one this past week. She was there. I did not expect to see her in Smyrna, so we appreciated that. But from your Facebook page, I do see that you're all over our county supporting our school efforts and our teachers, and I appreciate that. Thank you. So, Mr. Chastain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This afternoon, what I would like to do is acknowledge the hard work and the commitment of all the various members of our Facilities and Technology Committee. For Post 4, my two representatives are Thea Powell and Wayne Brown. And part of what they did, we heard about the notebook and the SPLOST plan that's coming up, but the two of them visited just about every single school in Post 4, met with principals, talked about what was going on, and tried to make sure that they had input in the notebook. And each one of my colleagues has appointees on this committee, and these people get out and they work in the background to make sure that the schools kind of know what's going on, and then also they give a report once a month during the regular year where they are looking out to make sure that everything's going the way we promised. So I just want to thank the F&T committee in general and Thea and Wayne specifically. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few things. The building progress in Mountain View and Walton are progressing very rapidly. If you go down Sandy Plains, you'll see a lot of steel up in the air for Mountain View. So I think August, well, actually July the 31st, that school will be open and ready to go. And also there's a lot of construction going on at Pope High School for the new theater, the new gym. That will be coming out of the ground pretty soon. I think all the site work has been done. Also, I've been invited to the Laster Academic Letter Award ceremony in the morning. It's always a great event, and I think there's over 400 students that are going to be awarded an academic letter. Also, I want to say that there's a lot of parent meetings going on in our high schools, emphasizing not only what is going to be required of the students from the 9th grade to the 12th grade, but also preparing students and parents for the ACT and SAT. There's some realignments of the SAT and ACT this year, and there's some changes. They're beginning to be more in the same direction, and some of the differences in the SAT and ACT are being mitigated. Also, I want to say that we had a great classified employee luncheon of the year. I want to congratulate, I probably would mispronounce his name, but Dragon at Pope High School was classified employee of the year. Great guy. Doesn't talk a whole lot, but he's a great guy, and I really appreciate him. I also want to make an announcement that I think I am a member of the Basket of Deplorable group that is in the news recently. And also, Mr. Superintendent, you mentioned the SPLOST notebook would be on the website. Can we get that on, out to the public on how to find that, what's it going to be classified under, or which tab? Because sometimes it's hard to find some of these things.
It'll be readily accessible.
Okay, good. All right. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to echo Mr. Chastain's comments relative to the F&T committee members. I have two members on that panel, Mr. Roger Phelps, who I met with yesterday, and also Karen Hallisey, each who have served on that committee admirably. Secondly, want to thank Wheeler High School for the invitation. They have an event this week where they're going to have legislators and other individuals attend a reception prior to the football game at Wheeler High School this Friday evening. And congratulations to the Walton High School volleyball team. I think they are currently ranked #1 in the nation, which is a remarkable achievement for that volleyball program. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Skimhorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll start with, and I haven't done this in a little bit, so I need to get this done only because they deserve it. We've had a lot of compliments on how the schools opened this year and how smooth it went. Well, obviously our teachers and our administrators are a big part of that, but also our cafe employees, our bus drivers, our custodians, and our parents, all of them working together with our teachers and administrators. And I just kudos to all of those folks for helping us kick off a great year. The next good news thing is I received a letter that was forwarded on to me, an email from Ms. Melinda Lambert, PTA president at Pine Mountain Middle School. And she was extolling the virtues and the help that Officer Thomas Lehner, Lehner, Lehner was giving the Pine Mountain students daily, day in and day out. He's assisting, helping, and teaching. And one of the things that brought this to highlight was a young man was trying to take down the American flag at the school one day, and the officer saw him struggling with it and asked if he knew how to fold the flag and the significance of the flag, and it was a great learning experience for both. But to reward Officer Lehner, Mr. John Adams and I have decided to treat him to a lunch and give him a very generous lunch certificate so that he can enjoy a lunch on us, hopefully. And that goes along with what I always say. You'll be surprised at how appreciative officers are to shake their hand, offer to buy them lunch, or if you see them sitting in a restaurant, just tell the waiter or waitress, I'm going to purchase their lunch or dinner. So, and then on a more somber note, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, another officer was shot and wounded, but I have not heard that he has passed away, so I'm going to count that as a somewhat of a win. And then last night, for those that watch the news, a moron, lowlife, deliberately in a convenience store parking lot ran down 3 officers standing and just minding their own business, protecting the citizens, and this guy ran them over and then crashed into their SUV squad car and then also into the store. And the one officer was his first day of duty, and you can see it in the video on the news. It knocked him about 12, 15 feet in the air, and then he landed on the concrete. Thank goodness for his toughness. And the other one another one had a broken leg, but they were able to recover to apprehend this gentleman who was also severely injured when he impacted the vehicle in the store. Not severe enough in my mind, but anyway, they were able to wrestle him down and apprehend him. So I wish their families well, and I wish them a speedy recovery. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Skimhorn. All right, well, best wishes to everyone for continued success in our schools, and if there is no objection, we are adjourned. Thank you.